Good morning and a very warm welcome back to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is the penultimate weekend of the season. We are here in Oslo, the Norway leg of the season. Pro Tour 9 today, followed by Pro Tour 10 tomorrow. Then we'll have just one more weekend of Pro Tour action before we conclude the season with the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship at the end of the season. Plenty to be decided over the next 2 weekends of action. The top 24 players at the end of the season will qualify for the Jan Hoffmann Trophy. The top 2 players will be heading to the biggest tournament on the darts calendar, the PDC World Darts Championship, and it's an exciting race at the top of the rankings. 8 events into the season now. Kåre Dekker, the Norwegian PDC tour card holder, the man that has led at the top for virtually the whole season. Didn't pick up any prize money last time out in Gothenburg, and the chasing pack have closed the gap on him. Daniel Larsson and Darius Labanauskas picking up titles last time out in Sweden. So they are right in the mix now as well. We're kicking things off with some first round action here. The man in your picture there, Lars-Erik Lindgren, taking on Michel Merliet in the first round. All of these matches are the best of 11 legs, first to 6, right from the first round through to the final. I'm Alex Moss, delighted to be in your company once again for the Pro Tours this weekend. So we edge closer to finding out who is going to take those 2 spots in the World Championship and who's going to qualify for the end of the season finals. You want to keep an eye on all the action going on today in Oslo, not just on the streaming board. Head on over to tv.dartconnect.com. You can follow all the games that are going on the outside boards today. A few games have got underway. I'll do my best to keep you updated on those as well. All the big hitters in action, as you'd expect. The number 1, Kåre Dekker. A few other PDC tour card holders here as well this weekend in Norway. Darius Labanauskas, Oskar Lekasiak, Victor Tingstrom, all in the field as well. Lindgren going to get a look at the 170, what a start this would be. Doesn't threaten the big fish. Nearly coming back with a ton to break in the opening leg. Steady 60 gets her down to tops. Unless this 110 goes, she's going to get a chance to get that early breaker throw. So this for the opening leg for Michel Merliet. Three darts missed. Lindgren wants tops. He goes above the target. 3 more darts for Merliet to take this opening leg against the serve. And how costly are those misses going to be? Lindgren comes back, finds tops with his first dart. It's a 25 dart holder throw. You'd expect he's going to need to up his levels if he's going to go further in the tournament today. For both these players, it is a first appearance of the season on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We have got 80 players in the field today, which is the second best turnout we've had so far this season. The opening weekend back in February in Riga, we were close to the 90 mark. It's good to see another strong turnout here this weekend, and a good reason too, because that race for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship still very much open if you can put together some good runs this weekend, and the final Pro Tour weekend coming up in Estonia at the end of September. So lots to play for. We have got a few familiar faces coming back this weekend. Benjamin Drew Royce, who's held a tour card for the last couple of years, lost it at the end of last year. He's making his first appearance on the tour this season. What a welcome back he's got going up against his PDC World Cup of Darts partner from last year, Andreas Hallgårdhus. And Green wants 419s to get a go at tops. Only find two of them. Elite to level things up here. Couple of good visits. She's busted a score there. Was looking for the single. 18 to leave double. 16. Will she be punished here? Yes, she will. Lindgren cleans up the 60. Doubles his lead here. He piles on the punishment there with the first 180 of the game. The Elite's got to be frustrated here. Missed 6 darts in the opening leg to break her opponent, and then in that last leg busting the 53, not even getting a shot at a double. Show someone we've seen have some success in the women's ranks over the last couple of years. She's been representing Denmark in events like the WDF World Cup out in Korea last year. Made the last 16 of the Denmark Open, her home event earlier this year. Losing out to the reigning Lakeside champion Dieter Hedman. She has been in the winner's circle a couple of years ago, picking up 2 WDF ranking titles in the ladies' ranks, winning the Torshavn Open and the Nordic Cup. This has been a good leg from Lindgren, down to a finish after 12 darts with a healthy lead here. Leaves tops when he comes back to extend his lead. Move halfway to the finish line. That ton from Merlite, not quite getting her down to a finish yet. That is all she wrote in this leg. Lars-Erik Lindgren moves 3-0 up. And the winner of this will play Norway's Christian Snedden in the last 64. In that little section of the draw, right at the top of the draw bracket, does feature the number 1 seed, Cord Decker, who will start his campaign this weekend in his home weekend of events on the tour, going up against another Norwegian, Morten Christensen. And if you want to check out the bracket in full, head on over to Dartsconnect. And see all the matches, what's coming up. Lars-Erik Lindgren, someone we've seen play at the Cathedral of Darts, the Modus Super Series, earlier this year. Back in February, he had a week in Portsmouth. Wasn't the best week for him. He did manage to pick up a couple of wins, including one against a former WDF World Youth Champion, Archie Self. Despite that early visit of 7 from Michel Merliet, in a very good position in this leg to get off the mark. That straight 60 gets her down to a finish, first in the leg. Lindgren going to need one treble at least here to join her. And he does. $111 not going to be taken out. But tidies up nicely to leave 32. Lindgren with a nice set-up shot. Just a tap on the shoulder there, but Merliet cleans up the 32. That is her first leg on the board here. Not going to be complete washout in this first round game. That was a bit of a high one there for Michelle. Lars-Erik mentioned he played the Super Series early this year. We've also seen him, like Michelle, represent his country in international tournaments like the WDF World Cup. He's also just been out to Las Vegas for the WDF World Masters, where he played in that tournament. Made the Lakeside qualifiers. In terms of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, he'd make a quarter-final last year. He's not someone that we regularly see playing these weekends. A couple of good visits there from Lindgren. Puts him in firm control in this leg, and that is back-to-back 140s. Leaves 43 after 12 darts. Merliet back in the 400s here. Not going to really get a look at breaking the Lindgren throw in this leg, you'd imagine. Unless we see a stack of misses on the doubles. There's 2 of them. A double 6 to open up that 3-leg lead again for Lars-Erik. Not quite over the finishing line yet in this leg. Merliet keeps chipping away, but that's the problem with double 3. You could end up on double 1, and that is where Lindgren is now. Left 43 after 12 darts, 9 darts later. Stuck on double 1. We've all been there, haven't we? Hardest double on the board. He goes inside. His double's racking up in this leg. The Norwegian, he's going to get at least 2 more visits. And this time, he finds the double one. That is a 4-1 lead for Lars-Erik Lindgren. 2 legs away from a place in the second round here in Pro Tour 9. This is the start of the Pro Tour action this weekend, but yesterday we did see a couple of Euro Tour qualifiers. Denmark's Michael Hansen securing himself a debut on the Euro Tour in September. He won the qualifier for the Flanders Darts Trophy, beating the sweet ferret Johan Engstrom 6-4 in the final. In the qualifier for the Swiss Darts Trophy, we saw Yanni Havisto defeat his fellow Finn Jonas Masselin 6-2 in the final. So it will be a second Euro Tour appearance of the year for the finisher in his comeback year on the tour. It's been one of the stories of the year this year on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Yanni Havisto's comeback after an 8-year absence. Marked that return back in February by winning Pro Tour 2, his first title in 12 years. He is right in the hunt for a return to Ali Pali. He was sitting in second spot for that title for Daniel Larsson last time out, a few months ago now in Gothenburg, Pro Tour 8, where he beat Yanni in the final 6-4. That put him into second spot. As Lars-Erik Lindgren pins the ball for an 84 finish. It puts him on the cusp of a place in the last 64, a 5-1 lead. 1 leg away from a place in the last 64. Mentioned it was Michael Hansen that won the first Euro Tour qualifier yesterday. He'll start his Pro Tour weekend going up against Victor Tingstrom in the last 64. I mentioned that matchup between Andreas Hallgårdhus and Benjamin Drew Royce. That'll be one to keep an eye on. The number 2 seed Daniel Larsson bidding for back-to-back titles. He'll go up against Norway's Tom Erik Wolf. A few other first-round games reaching their conclusion on the outside boards. Anton Östlund currently 5-0 up. Patrick Hansen also taking a 5-0 lead. Michelle Merlitz here not giving up at 180 has put her in a good position in this leg, but not managing to follow it up with anything meaningful with the next 2 visits. It's opened the door for Lindgren here to get over the line in this 7th leg. And that 1 treble visit does get him down to a finish. Elite needs to find 1 big treble. Can't find one. So it's 6 darts here for Lars-Erik Lindgren from 160 to book his spot in the second round here. A steady ton. Leaves single to double on the 20s when he comes back. Elite gets down to a finish, but Lindgreen should get 2 match starts here at tops. And Lars-Erik Lindgreen is through to the second round of Pro Tour 9. Comfortable win in the end for the Norwegian as he beats Michel Merlite 6-1 in the first round. An 84 finish on the ball in the 6th leg, probably the highlight of the match. The Lars-Erik. He moves through to the second round here in Oslo, where he will take on his fellow Norwegian Christian Snedden in the second round. We'll be back very soon. More action on the live stream. We wait to see the number 1 seed Cord Decker begin his weekend and see if he can cement his spot as the number 1 on the rankings. We'll be back with more action in a few moments' time. Welcome back to Oslo. First round action continuing here in Pro Tour 9 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And we're going to get a first look of the weekend at the reigning PDC Nordic and Baltic champion, Finland's Teemu Harju, going up against Sweden's Remy Raw. It was a brilliant 2025 for Teemu, picking up a couple of titles, his first 2 titles on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, including that dramatic title on the final day of last season, which saw him finish ahead of Oscar Lukasiak on countback in second spot in the rankings, got him a debut at the PDC World Darts Championship. And then he capped off the season by winning the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, the first player to lift the Jan Hoffmann Trophy. But I think it's fair to say the follow-up season so far in 2026 not gone according to plan for Teemu. 8 Pro Tour events so far this season. His best run to date, a quarter-final in Pro Tour 2 back in February in Riga. And he starts this penultimate weekend of the season down in 18th spot in the current Pro Tour rankings. €1,200 to his name. €3,100 off the top 2 spots with 4 events to go. And a little bit to do to make sure he is going to be in Denmark to try and defend that Nordic and Baltic Championship. Misses the ball there for a 1-2-9 in the opening leg, but plenty of time to wrap things up here in the opener. Remy just getting under the 300s after 6 visits. Couple more misses there for Teemu, but you don't think it will be punished here. So 3 more darts here at 8-8 for Teemu. Only needs the 1, and that is the opening leg for the Finn. 22 dart holder throw. Reliably informed by Dean Moss about Remy Raw. He's an established player from Karlstad. And his brother Ronnie also playing here in Oslo this weekend. Ronnie will start his campaign against Mio Varela, the number 9 seed and a first-time title winner on the tour in Vexi back in April. Also seen Mio play on the Euro Tour in Leverkusen recently. Remy's brother Ronnie also a winner of the Swedish Super League with Solar Dart Club, playing in the same team as Dennis Nielsen and PDC tour card holder Madas Rasma. This has been a much better leg from Ronnie's brother Remy here, down to a finish after 12 darts. The maximum for Teemu Harju puts the pressure on this 150. Harju here to get the first breaker throw, double his lead. It is 12 for double 16. And that is clinical from the Nordic and Baltic champion. At 180 coming at just the right time for Teemu Harju. Opens up a 2-0 lead here. Just looking at the draw bracket. The winner of this will go up against Norway's Roy Arnie Moen in the next round. A few more results to bring you on the outside boards as well. Anton Östlund did wrap up a whitewash win against Norway's Eamon Hamid. Simon Back, a 6-1 winner against Johnny Pedersen. Patrick Hansen also doing the bagel against Bent Lambertson, 6-0. Lithuania's Arūnas Sakalauskas, a 6-2 winner against Stian Jurgensveen. And Joel Yerlemo, 6-2 winner against Rikard Johansson. Those are all last 128 matches. A few more going on the outside boards if you want to follow them on Dartsconnect. Another Lithuanian in action, Mindaugas Brauskas. We've seen him in the PDC World Cup of Darts many times. He's just opened up a 4-0 lead in his first game. The player that Teemu Harju beat in the final of the Jan Hoffman Trophy, Edwin Torbjörnsson, just lost the opener in his first round game. He's 1-0 down against Johan Nikolajsen. And I mentioned Teemu Harju got some work to do to make sure he's going to be in the field for the end of season finals as he fires in another 180 there. Edwin Torbjörnsson currently down in 33rd spot in the rankings. Harju looks at 32 and pins it first dart once again. That's a 3-0 lead for Harju. And some good stuff here in the last couple of legs. But Torbjörnsson needs to find some results this weekend and the final weekend of the season in Tallinn if he is going to attempt to go one better than last year and lift that trophy this year. Torbjörnsson has just levelled things up on the outside boards, 1 leg apiece. We have seen Teemu on the Euro Tour this year as well. He won through the qualifiers for the Baltic Sea Darts Open back in the spring. Lost out to Ricky Evans on that occasion. Mentioned his best run to date so far this year on the tour. Quarterfinals of Pro Tour 2 back in February. He played some good stuff in that run as well. 6-3 win against Darius Labanauskas in the last 16. His run came to an end against the eventual champion Yanni Avisto in the quarterfinals. But since then, a slew of early exits for him on the tour. Another 180 for Teemu Harju there, 3rd of the match. Some good stuff so far as he looks to get a double breaker throw. Doesn't need to go looking at double or a potential ball on the 93. Remy Raw back on 297. This should be another potential 6-visit leg for Teemu Harju. Pinned tops. And that is another breaker throw for the Finn. Moves 4-0 up, averaging 87. Big gulf in the averages here in this one. And you can see it in the scoreline as well. Is this the weekend where we see Teemu Harju make that march up the table? He's looking for his results from the tour since that quarter-final. Pro Tours 3 and 4. He had the last 32 and the last 16. Pro Tour 5 and 6, a couple of last 16s again. And then last time out in Gothenburg back in May, a couple of last 32 exits to Jonas Sorensen and Jonas Graversen. So it's left Teemu with some work to do here if he is going to get into the top 2 again this year. It's not completely out of the question, but you'd think he's going to need to win at least 2 of these titles, possibly even 3, but one today will get him back into the mix, get him up the table. Down to a finish after 12 darts here. And Remy Raw not been able to get anything going in the scoring department. Are you not the best set up shot from the 135, but plenty of time on his side here. On the outside boards, we do have Harris and Harrison in action, not the ones you're thinking of. Sebastian Karras, the nephew of Magnus Karras. And Albin Harrison, the son of Andreas Harrison. They're both in first round action on the outside boards. Ton there for Remy, gets him down to the big fish, the 170. He's not going to get a go at it because this has been a clinical performance on the doubles for Teemu Harju. One dart needed to pin that double 16 again. It's a 5-0 lead. One away from a place in the second round. Bounce out there for Remy Raw. Just compiling his misery in this one. It's the first time we've seen him on the tour this year. It looks like his first appearance today is going to end in a first round defeat and a whitewash. Teemu Harju showing his class in this one. Not quite down to a finish yet, but already eyeing up 6-0 win and getting the job done in this leg on the Remy Raw throw. Again, getting back in that treble. 140 leaves 36 after 12. He may just push his average into the 90s here if he can pin this with the minimal of fuss. You wants double 18. And that will do it. Teemu Harju completes a 6-0 win against Remy Raw. Comfortable win in the end for the reigning PDC Nordic and Baltic champion. It's not been a season to remember so far for Teemu Harju, but perhaps this could be the start of a late push up the rankings as he looks to try and get back to Ali Pali at the end of the year and try and defend that Jan Hoffman trophy in a few months' time. Teemu Harju into the second round here of Pro Tour 9. He beats the Swede Remy Raw by 6 legs to 0. Welcome back to Oslo, and we're into the last 64 of Pro Tour 9. First look today at last year's number 1, Andreas Harrison, kicking off his campaign against his fellow Swede, Linus Lundroth. Last year for Dirty Harry really was a year to remember, winning 4 titles, making another 2 finals, finishing top of the rankings to earn that debut at the PDC World Darts Championship, where again made his mark, going all the way to the last 16. (2026) it's been a tough one for Harrison. Came very close to getting his tour card at European Q School in the last few months. We have seen his form drop, results not of the same quality as last year, but circumstances away from the hockey have obviously been a factor, with injuries not helping. But we know the quality that this man possesses when he's at his best, when he is 100%. There are very few players on this tour that can keep up with him. Lundroth with the first look at a finish in this opening leg. Not going to take out the 116 and not put a huge dent in it with that visit. That is a loose one there from Linus. And another one there, not even going to get a shot at the ball. You can see the frustration written on his face there. Leaves tops, but he'd have expected to get at least 1 dart at the double there. Harrison misses tops. Lundroth hits tops. Or the opening leg. Mentioned in our last game that we have got 2 Harrisons in the field today in Pro Tour 9. Not just Andreas Harrison, but his son Albin Harrison, who's in a real battle on the outside boards, currently 3-2 down to Norway's Arian Haxi. One result to bring you a few moments ago. Edwin Torbjörnsson has come through, a 6-1 winner against Johan Nicolaisen. The last 64 well underway now, not just this game we're watching, but on the outside boards. Jani Avisto, Jonas Gravesen also underway. Daniel Larsson about to get his bid for back-to-back titles going. A much better leg here from Andreas Harrison on the throw, leaving 91 after 12 darts. And get at least 2 visits. Leaves tops when he comes back. Lundroth not finding a treble there means Harrison got plenty of time to get this leg won. We have ourselves a level game after 2 darts. 2 legs, I should say. You can see on the outside boards. Albin Harrison there. Got father and son both playing at the same time. Wonder if Andreas will be taking the odd glance over to that board, see how his son's getting on. We did see Albin play in Pro Tour 2 at the start of the year, but this is his first appearance on the tour since then. As for Linus Lundroth, played a few of the weekends this year, missed the first weekend of the season, but since then he's been a regular feature on the tour. Picked up his first win back in Pro Tour 6, beating Daniel Lilja. Aside from that, there has been early exits for him on his first year on the tour so far. Harrison starting to move through the gears, threatening a break of throw in this leg. One 3-6 to break the throw, not going to go. He is going to set it up very nicely. Leaves 36. He will get a go at it. Lundroth, not quite down to finishing range yet. He is now, but the big ask, the 1-3-3. He will get a go at it. Harrison going inside on the 9-9 with his second dart. So it's 4-4 for Andreas Harrison to take the lead for the first time. In the wrong bed there. Will he be punished? No, he will not. Lundroth there going for 2 double 18s. Made a real mess of that. Harrison going around the houses here to try and find a double. He can't find one. This would be a real let-off for Linus Lundroth. He misses the big 10, doesn't get a dart at tops. Harrison is in the madhouse here, double 1. He does eventually find it. First break of throw goes to Dirty Harry, 28 darts. Takes a 2-1 lead here. A few other results to bring you on the outside boards from the last 1-2-8. Sebastian Karras is into the second round, a 6-4 winner against Mindaugas Lidzius. Do have a couple of Lithuanians into the second round, joining Darius Labanauskas. Mindaugas Brauskas has beaten Anders Paulsen 6-1. And Arūnas Sakalauskas, a 6-2 winner against Stian Jorgensveen. Latvia's Ralfs Lomanis, 6-1 winner against Leen Christensen. Ralph's someone that starts the weekend just outside those spots for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, so he's well aware that he needs to go on a run or two this weekend to put him into that top 24. Harrison here looking to consolidate that breaker throw in the last leg by holding throw. He's got a decent lead here to do just that. Double 16 would have been the first ton plus finish of the match. Not able to get any scoring going in this leg. Harrison, this is another handful of darts at the double. This time he finds what he's looking for, and that is a 3-1 lead for Dirty Harry. It's not been vintage stuff so far from last year's number one. He is edging closer to a place in the last 32. Andreas Harrison, the number 7 seed today. That's where he is in the rankings on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. €2,000 to his name. And a lot of that prize money coming in the first 2 weekends of the season that were held in Riga. Made the final of the opening event, Pro Tour 1, where it was a 160 finish from Kordeka in the last leg decider that won him the title. After that, there was a semi-final in Pro Tour 3, a couple of last 16s in Pro Tours 2 and 4. Last time out in Gothenburg, his home weekend of events, it was a couple of early exits for Andreas. Lost 6-3 to Anton Östlund and 6-4 to Andreas Nilsson. He missed out on adding any prize money to his tally. Just misses the ball there for a 1-2-4. Lundrop got a chance here to get off the mark. Just misses the double 16. Harrison for a double breaker throw, looking at double 8. And that is a lot more clinical from Dirty Harry. Punishes the missed double from Lundrop. Takes a 4-1 lead here. In the last few months, we've not seen an awful lot of Andreas Harrison, someone that we'd expect to see playing plenty of darts beyond the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We've seen him in recent years playing the likes of the Modus Super Series at the Cathedral of Darts, the Challenge Tour, a top-up player in Players' Championship events, but he has had to scale things back a little bit this year due to the injuries. He has still played all of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour events. We've not seen him play on the Challenge Tour since January. He's only just been back playing at the Live Lounge in the doubles week a couple of weeks ago. Maximum there for Lundrop, gets him back into this leg. Gives Andreas Harrison a tap on the shoulder. It's all about the setup shot here. What can he leave? Another good visit there for Linus. Single to double if he gets a chance. He is going to get a chance. This is the big number. Shake of the head again from Linus Lundrop. He'll be disappointed with that. Will this be punished? Harrison misses the big number. Only gets the one dart at double 16. Lundrop can't punish him. Three misses outside on double 8 for Harrison, giving his opponent another lifeline here. But again, doesn't take his chance. Harrison steps in. 5 legs on the spin for Andreas Harrison. He's averaging in the mid-60s. He has given his opponent a couple of chances, but Linus Lundrop not been able to take them. It means that Andreas Harrison is on the cusp of a place in the last 32. Do have our first player through to the third round here in Oslo. Yanni Havisto, a 6-0 winner against Denmark's Tommy Benthin. Yanni will be desperate for a big run this weekend in Norway. Dropped out of those provisional spots for the World Championship last time out in Gothenburg, losing that final Pro Tour 8 to Daniel Larsson, who leapfrogged him up to second spot. That win for Havisto has just closed the gap on Larsson to 200 euros. I mentioned earlier, Core Decker, the man that has led pretty much the whole season at the top. His lead has been eaten away. Just 400 euros ahead of Daniel Larsson. Now just 600 euros clear of Havisto. So it's an interesting race there at the top. You've also got Darius Labanauskas, who's won a couple of titles recently. Labanauskas looking in a good position, though, via the PDC Pro Tour to get to Ali Pali again. Harrison following up that 140 with a visit of 5 as he crawls towards the finishing line here. Lundrop finds a big treble to get his score down to 2 figures. Harrison slipping into the 1 there. Makes this potential match-winning checkout a lot harder. Only get possibly 1 match start here. Not going to get close to it. Linus Lundrop, double 12 to double his leg tally, keep this match alive. Finds it with a second dart. He's making Andreas Harrison serve it out. The 9 visit leg to hold throw there, you'd imagine. If Andreas Harrison gets 9 visits in this leg, the match will be over. One match that is over on the outside boards. Albin Harrison, Andreas' son, a 6-3 defeat to Norway's Arian Haxi. So one Harrison has departed, but barring a collapse here, it looks like the other Harrison will move through to the last 32. Top 2 players on the rankings, both in action on the outside boards. Cord Decker has quickly taken a 2-0 lead against Morten Christensen. The number 2, Daniel Larsson, 4-0 up on Tom Erik Wolf. Back-to-back 60s there for Linus. Is it going to be enough to get back another leg in this match? Needs to find at least one treble here to get down to a finish. That dart drifting into the 5. Let's get down to a finish, but Harrison will expect 2 visits from 168. And drop. Hanging in there, but again, finds the unwanted 5 segment. Harrison now looking to tee up tops. He does just that. Excellent setup shot. Lundrop got to take out this 1-1-1. It's not going to go. So Andreas Harrison, 3 match darts at tops to get over the line. Three match darts missed. Lundrop wants double 16. And that could be it. Harrison, double 10 to get over the line. And that is not quite there. Double 5 goes low as well. More missed match darts for Dirty Harry. Linus Lundrop keeps this match going. I was proven wrong there. Said if Andreas Harrison got 9 visits on throw, he'd get the job done, but he did miss 6 match darts. Linus Lundrop has won back-to-back legs. From trailing 5-1, he's got it back to 5-3. Just one breaker throw the difference here in this match. Linus be growing in confidence now. It's not been a pair of legs that he'll be particularly fond of, but he has won them both. He's hanging in there. One player who's doing more than hanging in there in the field today, Daniel Larsson. He has kicked things off with a 92, almost 93 average, 6-0 win against Tom Erik Wolf. And that win has once again put him €300 clear of Yanni Avisto in the race for that second World Championship spot. The number 2 and number 3 on the rankings, both into the last 32 here in Oslo. Andreas Harrison still needs one more leg to join them in the third round. He's making hard work of it. Linus Lundrop finally finds a treble in this leg with that last dart, finding the treble 19. Harrison returns the favour with a 140. He is going to get a go at this 85 to get the job done in the 9th leg. Will be one dart at the ball. Just outside, Lundrop. Not going to take out the 93. So Andreas Harrison is going to get 2 more match darts. He can stay straight. And that is the big question. Drifts into the 12th segment. It's going to be 1 match dart, a double 4. It's another match dart missed. They're racking up here. Linus Lundrop can't find the tops. Double 2 for Harrison. And double 1. Is there a shake of the head from Andreas Harrison? The 10th match dart finds the target. Dirty Harry is up and running here in Oslo. 6-3 winner against Linus Lundrop. 5 legs on the spin, put him 5-1 up. But a bunch of missed match darts kept Linus Lundrop interested. But in the end, last year's number 1, Andreas Harrison, we know he's not at the top of his game, but he is into the next round. He's beaten Linus Lundrop by 6 legs to 3, moves into the last 32 here of Pro Tour 9. More action to come on the live stream. We'll see you very soon with more from the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Welcome back to Oslo. Second round action continuing here in Pro Tour 9 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Got ourselves a battle of Norway against Denmark. Håkon Bjørge Helling going up against Patrick Hansen for a place in the last 32. We've just seen Andreas Harrison book his spot in the third round with that 6-3 win against Linus Lundrop. Jonas Gravson also into the last 32, 6-4 winner against Tom Vehe. And Kordeka, the number 1, also into the last 32 a few moments ago, beating Morten Christensen 6-0. The field for the last 32 starting to take shape. So first look at Helling on the tour this year. As for Patrick Hansen, he is someone that we have seen play a couple of weekends on the tour this year. Played the opening weekend in Riga. Also played last time out in Gothenburg. But a win here would represent his best run to date on the tour. Yet to make a last 32. As for Helling, he has made a couple of last 16s. The last time, no, you've got to go back to back end of 2024. I think both players will be looking at this draw thinking that this is a, oh, hang on, not quite there. But that one is. Håkon Bjørge Helling takes the opening leg against the throw. Winner of this will go up against the number 6 seed Jonas Gravson in the last 32. And that is the first leg that Patrick Hansen has lost in this tournament today. He did beat his fellow Dane Bent Lambertson 6-0 in the first round earlier today. Another player through to the third round, Oskar Lukasiak, the PDC Tour card holder. Very comfortable 6-0 win against Stefan Erlendsson of Iceland. It's so far so good for the big names. I can see on the outside boards there's a couple of the big boys. They're in a little bit of trouble. Darius Labanauskas, currently 5-2 down to Jakob Skovgaard. Keep an eye on that one to see how that finishes up. Skovgaard is sat waiting on 60 to get over the line. Labanauskas back on 280. And that would be a real upset in the early stages of today's Pro Tour. Labanauskas has won a couple of titles in the last 2 weekends and it has put him up to 15 titles, one behind Kim Vujanen, but he's not going to win another title today because Jakob Skovgaard has beaten Darius Labanauskas 6-2. That is a real upset on the outside boards. So the first big name to depart today in Oslo, PDC Tour card holder Darius Labanauskas, 4th on the rankings. But he's not going to make any movement up that table today. Hansen here to break straight back. And that is clinical from the Dane. Takes out the 64 to level things up here. Both the opening legs won in 8 visits against the throw. Another player through to the last 32, Anton Ørsland. Beaten Norway's Hans-Peter Rundqvist 6-0. Another PDC Tour card holder in real danger of an early exit. Victor Tingstrom, 4-1 down to Michael Hansen. That was one of those matches that caught the eye when the draw came out. We did see Michael win one of those Euro Tour qualifiers yesterday, book his debut on the Euro Tour. So he's a man that's in some good form, plenty of confidence behind him this weekend in Oslo. And he's looking to make his mark in the Pro Tours as well today, and that would be a real eye-catching result if he could complete that win against Victor Tingstrom in the first round. Well, the first game for Victor today as one of the seeds. Steady 60 there for Hansen, gets him down to a finish. A 140 there for Håkon Bjørge Helling. Gets him down to a much better one. 64 that we just saw Hansen take out in the last leg. And this would be for a third breaker throw in as many legs. It's going to be one dart double 16. And the breaks continue. Back-to-back 64 finishes from both players, and that is a 2-1 lead for Helling. Helling is only 26 years old, but he has been playing for a while. Played the WDF World Youth Masters back in 2017. He's also represented Norway at an international level in the WDF World Cup back in 2019. The WDF Europe Cup in 2024. Patrick Hansen, 3 years. Håkon Bjørge's junior, 23 years of age. Won a WDF youth tournament last year, the IYC Denmark under 23s in August of last year. Someone that is starting to play a lot more darts these days. He looks to push himself through the ranks, not just on this Nordic and Baltic tour, but on other tours as well. Played a few of the WDF senior events this year as well, closer to home. Helling here to get the first holder throw in this match. Only lead tops though from the 96. Hansen to make it 4 breaks of throwing as many legs. You see the reaction there, 82 in 2 darts, bullseye double 16. Excellent stuff from the Dane. So once again, level things up. Four legs in, 4 breaks of throw. The averages are slowly climbing as well. They were in the mid-50s a couple of legs ago. They're now into the mid-60s. On the outside boards, the comeback is on for Victor Tingstrom. I said he was trailing Michael Hansen by 4 legs to 1. Tingstrom's won back-to-back legs to close the gap to 4-3. Now looking to level things up. Håkon Bugay Helling looking here to get another breaker throw. A ton followed by 140 to put him in control of this leg against the throw. That visit at 45 has just opened the door for Hansen. He can't find anything meaningful there. So Helling has got 2 visits minimum here. So once again, continue the breaks of throw. Hansen down to a finish, but this leg, you'd imagine, is going to belong to Helling. 5 legs in, 5 breaks of throw. The Norwegian once again takes the lead. You may remember seeing Håkon Bugay Helling playing the PDC World Cup of Darts back in 2024, where he partnered the current Nordic and Baltic #1 Kåre Dekker for Norway. It was Norway's first appearance in that tournament for 8 years. Hadn't played in it since 2016, but got back into the field. Lost their first game 4-2 to Poland, but managed to sign off with a win against Hungary, 4-3. Since we last had the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour back in May, we have seen the World Cup for this year. And we've got to give a mention to the performance of the Latvian team that weekend in Frankfurt. Pairing of Madas Rasma and Valters Meldris coming through the group stages on legs difference, but then really making their mark in the tournament. An 8-7 win against France to make the quarterfinals for the first time before just losing out to Northern Ireland, the defending champions, in the last leg decider. A very impressive week for them. It was also an impressive week for Norway as well, who I mentioned, Kåre Dekker, partnering up with Kent Juren Sivertsen. They managed to make it through the groups, make it to the knockout rounds, as Patrick Hansen just misses the 115 there, goes inside on the double 18, and this could be the first holder throw. 2 darts missed for Helling. Gives Hansen another go. It's the wrong double. Busts his score with the first dart. Helling can't punish his opponent, Hansen, for another breaker throw. Gets it this time. Six legs, 6 breaks a throw. On the outside boards, we are keeping an eye on that game between Victor Tingstrom and Michael Hansen. Victor has edged himself in front from 4-1 down. He's opened up a 5-4 lead, 1 away from a place in the last 32. Hard to call which way this one's going to go, though. Helling and Hansen, neither of them have been able to hold their serve so far. On big treble there for Hansen, gets him down to a finish. Helling finds a big treble with the last one. Could be about to see another breaker throw here as Hansen misses the double 16 for a 1-3-1. He's had a go at a couple of ton plus finishes. Helling himself there misses double 19 for one of his own. Hansen to finally get the first holder throw. Can he find a way through? That first dart looks to have blocked the double 8. Couldn't find what he was looking for. Helling electing to split. 10 for double 14. The missed doubles are racking up for both players. Hansen finally gets the first holder throw in this match in the 7th leg. Dane takes a 4-3 lead. Had to survive a trio of darts from his opponent there at the double. We finally have our first holder throw in this match. A reminder that the winner will go up against Denmark's Jonas Gravesen in the last 32. Bracket for the last 32 starting to take some shape now. We've got some big names already through. Kordecker, Oscar Lacasiak, Daniel Larsson, Andreas Harrison, who we saw on the stream earlier. An enticing matchup coming up between Yanni Abisto and Anton Östlund in the last 32. One big name who has departed is Darius Labanauskas, the current PDC tour card holder. Falling at the first hurdle. 6-2 to Jakob Skovgaard. Loose last one there for Helling, but it does get him down to a finish. Hansen having to run for cover here. But plenty of time here for Håkon Bjørge Helling. puts a dent in that 145. Leaves double 14. I think that's probably his favourite double based on the last few legs. Left it in the last leg as well. From 70, treble 14 leaves that double again. It's not been his friend. And we see the first big finish of this match, a 142. Just looking for two treble 17s to leave tops there. Helling to get his first holder throw in this match. Pins it with the first dart. After 6 breaks a throw, we have got 2 holes a throw here. We are level at 4 legs apiece. Really tough to say which way this one's going to go. Both players will sense it as a real opportunity to get some prize money on the board. Mentioned Patrick Hansen's played a couple of weekends on the tour this year, yet to get any prize money on the rankings. Håkon Bugge Helling, this is his first appearance on the tour. 2026. Big 2 treble visit there gets him back in the leg. He lead from here. One big treble gets him down to a potential finish on the ball. He's going to get a go at it. This to go 1 away from the match. 4 18s would leave the ball. Double 8 for Hansen. To move 1 away from a place in the last 32. That was must hit for Patrick Hansen. Helling was waiting on 32 to break and then throw for the match. Now the Norwegian has got a throw hold to take us all the way to a last leg decider. A few more players through to the last 32. Simon Back, a 6-0 winner against Stein Havard Helling. Mika Mustanyumi, a 6-2 winner against Aruna Sakalauskas. Lars Erik Lindgren, a player that we saw kick off the live stream today. He's also into the last 32. 6-0 winner against Christian Snedden. And Victor Tingstrom has completed the comeback from 4-1 down. He's beaten Michael Hansen in a last leg decider, 6-5, the Belkin boy into the last 32. But here on the stream board, it looks like we are going all the way to that final leg shootout. An excellent setup shot there from Helling to lead tops. To take us all the way to that 11th and final leg. We are going all the way here. 10 legs played. We had 6 breaks a throw to kick off the match. We've now had 4 holds a throw. It will be Patrick Hansen to to get us underway in this final leg. There's no bull up, there's no must win by 2 clear legs. This is it. Whoever wins this leg is into the third round. Hansen kicks off with a 1-3-1. Helling can't follow suit. So even with the throw, it's an extra advantage now for Hansen. That visit of 42 just opens the door for Helling. Ton gets him back into it. It's another troublous visit there for Hansen. Mentioned a moment ago the Latvian World Cup team. We are going to see one of them in action next on the live stream. Valters Meldris against Norway's Elder Siljak. That will be the next match on the live stream. Hansen after that opening visit of 1-3-1. Hasn't hit anything substantial with his next 3 visits. This is much better. A maximum for Patrick Hansen at just the right time. Leaves 50. Håkon Bjorge Helling. The tongue gets him down to a finish as well. But Hansen, he can stay straight. Has got 2 match starts at double 16. One outside, one inside. 2 match starts missed. Can Helling pick his pocket here? Doesn't get a shot at the ball. Patrick Hansen, 3 more match starts. And he gets it with the second. Denmark's Patrick Hansen is into the third round of Pro Tour 9. It's a real tough match to call, that one, with all the breaks of throw at the start, 6 of them in the opening 6 legs. We wondered, did it really matter who won the ball? But the last 5 legs all going with the throw. And it was Patrick Hansen who had the throw in the decider. He comes through a 6-5 winner. He's into the last 32, where he will go up against a fellow Dane, Jonas Graversen. Coming up next on the live stream, we are going to continue in the last 64. We are going to see one of Latvia's World Cup stars, Valters Meldris, go up against Norway's Elder Siljak. second round action continuing here in Oslo. PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is Pro Tour 9. Coming up on the stream now, it is Latvia's Valters Meldris against Uldar Shiliak of Norway. First time that Elder's playing on the tour this year. As for Valters, he's become a regular on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour over the last few years. Last year was a real breakthrough year for Valters, winning his first title on the tour. Winning Pro Tour 3 and then almost going back to back, losing out in the final of Pro Tour 4 to Marco Cantala. Those runs did help him finish 5th on the final rankings for 2025. So far this year, though, it's not been as successful in the Pro Tour events for Meldris. His best run to date has been a quarter final back in Pro Tour 4. Aside from that, it's been a bunch of last 16s and last 32s for him. And he did start the weekend 16th in the rankings, so in the spots for the Nordic and Baltic Championship, but some way off the pace for the 2 World Championship spots. Double 18 here for a 93 finish. That is a solid start for Valters Meldris. He takes the opening leg. Maximum there for Meldris. He looks to push on and break in this second leg. Both these players, it is the, well, hang on a second. Stop you right there. That is back-to-back 180s for Valters Meldris. Could we be about to see something very special? Not quite. We were all getting a bit excited there. 6 perfect darts to kick off the leg. The 141 doesn't go. Meldris now looking to clean up the 51. Get that first breaker throw. You can see probably the adrenaline there running through him. Misses 2 big numbers. He does eventually leave a double after 12 darts. It is double 8. Finds it with the last one. Just looking at my notes there for the 9 dart roll of honour, just in case, but we have had 2 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. The first one back in 2012 by Kim Jensen. Termo Harju hitting the most recent one in Pro Tour 8 back in 2024. I do apologise, the pictures have disappeared on the live stream. We'll get them back to you as soon as we can. Do my best to keep you updated with what is going on. Valters Meldris is currently 2-0 up on Elder Silyak. You probably prefer the other side of things. You'd probably prefer to see the action and not hear me, but you have got it the other way around, unfortunately. We will have live pictures back to you as soon as we can. I'm told it will be after this match has concluded. Mildred starting on the ball for 95. Just misses the ball. So Shiliak back on 147. Just misses outside on the double 18. What a finish that would have been for Elder. It's unorthodox, but Valters Meldris has taken out 25, treble 1, double 11. 3-0 lead for Valters Meldris. Shiliak kicks off with a 180 in the fourth leg. This might be a first for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour radio commentary. You're not going to see back-to-back 180s from Shiliak. An 85 to follow the 180 puts him in a good position to get off the mark. There's been one-way traffic so far in this one. The more experienced Valters Meldris taking the opening 3 legs. Two big trebles there for Meldris. Doesn't quite get him down to finishing range on 165. Shiliak down to 115. Meldris starting on the 19s. 7 of them would have left 32. He does find 5 of them though, so 70 left. Shiliak starting on the 19s for 115. Picks off a treble with the last dart to leave double 8. Meldris 70 to extend his lead and break once again. It's only going to be 1 dart at the ball. And he finds the ball. There's been a couple of unorthodox finishes here from Valters Meldris the last couple of legs. I know they've not been intended. 25 in the third leg, treble 1, double 11. And that 70 there was treble 1, 17 ball. So the Latvian number 2 takes a 4-0 lead against Elder Shiliak. There's a bit of a gap in the averages now as well. 85 for Meldris, 75 for Shiliak. If you are just joining us, apologies about the lack of pictures on the stream. That will return after this game, which is currently taking place on the streaming board. I can assure you, I can see it myself. I'm not just making these things up. But Wouters Meldris currently 4-0 up on Eldershiliak. On the outside boards, a few more results to bring you. Petri Rasmus has beaten Lithuania's Augus Yakatis 6-0. Wouters Meldris fires in another 180 to leave 80. He's on the cusp of a 5-0 lead, taking us a leg closer to bringing you back live pictures. He takes out the 80. 5-0 lead for Wouters Meldris. Back-to-back 15 darters. The average creeps up towards the high 80s as Eldershiliak kicks off another leg on throw with a 180. Meldris returns with a 91. Shiliak doesn't return with another maximum of 55 to follow that 180. And tell you the next match on the live stream. We will have pictures for that one, so you will be able to see that. It will be the Battle of the Danes, Andreas Hallgordhus against the returning Benjamin Drew Royce, my former pairs partner. I'll tell you a little bit more about that when that match comes around. I'm sure you'll be looking forward to hearing about that. But Shiliak, 140 here to get off the mark. Not going to take it out. 3 single 20s to leave 80. Meldris back on 190. May not get this match wrapped up in the minimum amount of legs, but a ton there gets him down to 90, just in case this 80 doesn't go. Shiliak misses the second big 20, so he doesn't get a dart at tops. Does leave tops, but Meldris here to complete a 6-0 whitewash. Another single 20 will give him a dart at the ball. It drifts into the 25. Match dart missed for Wouters Meldris. Eldershiliak. Not hit the target either. 3 darts missed to the double. Meldris again, 25 left. First dart hits the 20, second dart busts his score in the 18 segment. Eldershiliak has missed the big one on 5. He's hit the 18. A catalogue of errors here from both players. Meldris switches his objective. He goes 9-8. Misses inside. Misses outside on the double 4. Shiliak finds the big 1. Double 2. 1 outside and 1 in the big 2. Is that all she wrote in this one? Wouters Meldris, double 4. He does get over the line. 9th visit to the board. There's some quality stuff in there from Wouters Meldris. Kicked off the second leg with back-to-back 180s. He did have a trio of 15 darters. In the end, he completes a comfortable 6-0 win against Eldershiliak. Coming up next, we are going to see Andreas Hallgordhus against the returning Benjamin Drew Royce. That match coming up next, and we will have live pictures of that one too. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back to Oslo. Second round action coming thick and fast here in Pro Tour 9 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Once again, apologies for the loss of pictures in the last game, but we do have them back now, and what a good time to bring them back for this one. Andreas Gordhus against Benjamin Drew Royce. Battle of the Danes. The battle of two players that represented Denmark in the PDC World Cup of Darts last year. That was when Benjamin Drew Royce held a PDC tour card. Held one for 2 years from 2024 and 2025. Lost it at the end of last year. Didn't quite manage to crack the top 64 in the Werner rankings ladder. There's a solid start on his return to the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. A 15 dart holder throw for Benjamin Drew Royce. His last appearance on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour was in fact last year. First time playing on the tour this year. Andreas Gordhus, someone that we've seen become much more of a regular on the tour. Currently sat in 13th place in the rankings. We've seen him play, as we mentioned, in the World Cup of Darts. We've seen him play on the Euro Tour as well as one of the winners of these qualifiers. It's good to see Benjamin back playing on the tour. The eyes up 155 for a breaker throw. Finds one big treble to leave single to double if he gets a go. He is going to get a go here to double his lead and get that first break of the match. Big 18 to leave tops. And it is back-to-back legs for Benjamin Drew Royce. If you were listening to our radio commentary during the last game, I did mention that Benjamin is my former pairs partner as he fires in a 180 there. Myself and Benjamin teamed up in the Unicorn Pro-Am World Championship. That was the title they gave it. And we went all the way to the final in Banbury, picking up wins against teams that included Ian White, Cameron Menzies and Owen Bates. But unfortunately, we just got pipped in the final in a last leg decider in a best of one. So James Wade and his partner. It was a very enjoyable evening, and I've got to give a lot of credit to Benjamin because he did a lot of the heavy lifting in that run. Hopefully his back has recovered. It was around this time last year. He's looking in good nick here, down to a finish after 12 darts on throw. Gordhus back in the mid 250s, and that means that Drew Royce can experiment with the finishing there. Starts on the ball and leaves tops. Plenty of time here to get another leg on the board. Pins it with the last dart. It's been a very solid start the former PDC Tour card holder. And a player that has won a title on the tour before, Benjamin. Back in 2023. Won his first silverware on the tour. Finished third on the rankings that year. Lost in the final of Pro Tour 4, but won the final event of the season, beating the player that we just saw win on the stream, Valters Mildris. 6-3 in the final. And this was a matchup that when the draw came out, we were very much looking forward to. We have got it on the stream as well. But it's looking like one-way traffic here because that is back-to-back two big treble visits for Benjamin Drew Royce. 66 after 12 darts. Tops for a 4-0 lead. And this is looking pretty ominous for Andreas Hallgårdhus. The 4-0 lead. It's a double breaker throw for Drew Royce. Hallgårdhus, someone that had a trio of quarterfinals on the tour this year. Pro Tours 2, 3 and 8. He may well be about to come unstuck here against his compatriot, who fires in another 180 on throw. Loose visit there, but plenty of time on his side here. $140 to leave single to double when he comes back, and the average continues to climb here for Benjamin Drew Royce, up to 95 now. Andreas Hallgårdhus has got no answer to it. Big 16 for tops. Double 10 will do. It's another 5-visit leg for Benjamin Drew Royce. He's one away from booking his spot in the last 32 in double quick time. That field for the last 32 really starting to take shape now. We have seen a few more players move into the third round. Jonas Sorensen, a winner on the tour this year, a 6-2 winner against Martin Olesen. Johan Engstrom also up and running today, 6-1 winner against Jan Erik Leiberg. Alexander Thorvaldsen, the Icelandic number 1, 6-3 winner against Joel Bielermo. Another 180 for Benjamin Drew Royce. The average creeping towards the ton here. Might just miss out on a 3-figure average. One match start missed. The 170 for Hallgårdhus just to stay in the match and get off the mark. Not going to take it. So it's 3 more match starts here for Benjamin Drew Royce. Now double 5. And that is it. Benjamin Drew Royce is back on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And he has put down a marker in his first game here in Oslo. A 6-0 winner against Andreas Hallgårdhus. to get his campaign up and running. The average in the end, 94.93. The former PDC Tour card holder marches on into the last 32. We are going to continue action in the last 64 with Matthias Svensson against Finland's Jani Lola. That will be our next game on the live stream. The action coming thick and fast here in Oslo. We are continuing in the last 64. Sweden's Mattias Svensson going up against Finland's Jani Lourila, the winner, to play the winner of our last game on the live stream. And it really was blink and you miss it. Benjamin Drew Royce, his first appearance on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for 2026. He completed a 10-minute demolition job of his fellow Dane Andreas Hallgård's 6-0 to move into the last 32. So the winner of this will play Benjamin in the next round. Field is almost set for the third round here in Pro Tour 9. Just a handful of spots left in that last 32. A few games going on the outside boards. Edwin Torbjörnsson currently 4-1 up on Per Rihanen. Ralph Slomanis currently 3-0 up on Ramona Eriksson. And Teemu Harju, who we saw on the stream earlier today, pretty impressive in his first game. He's 2-0 up on Roy Arne Moen. We do have one game already underway in the last 32. It is the current number 3 on this tour, Yanni Avisto, who leads Anton Östlund 3-1, averaging 92 as well. Svensson won the ball and he's made a pretty solid start here. Left to finish after 5 visits to the board. His opponent a little way back. Svensson missing the big number there, but he does leave a double at the end of the visit. He will come back with 3 darts in hand at that double 14 to get off the mark here. That will do. Second dart finds the intended target. Mattias Svensson takes the opening leg. And Swede did have a bye in the first round. So this is his first match of the day. As for Jani Lourila, he did start in the last 1-2-8. He was a comfortable 6-0 winner in the first round. You'd imagine this will be a much tougher test for him. Yanni we have seen fairly regularly on the tour this year. He did start the day in 24th spot on the rankings, so in the last provisional spot for the Jan Hoffman Trophy. A reminder, the top 24 players on the rankings following Pro Tour 12 at the end of September will qualify for the second staging of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. That will be played in Denmark. More details on that tournament to follow very soon, I'm told, in terms of a venue. We do know it will be the top 24 players. We do know that tournament will once again carry a spot in the PDC World Darts Championship for the winner. An extra bonus. For the first time, the winner will qualify for the Grand Slam of Darts, which this year has seen the field expand from 32 to 48 players. So just adds a little bit more for that tournament, that spot in the Grand Slam. Lower will want to cement his position in that tournament for the first time. A lot of his prize money did come on the opening day of the Pro Tour season back in February, when he did make a run to the semi-finals in Pro Tour 1. Lorilla just missing the ball there for a 94. Svensson with a chance to get an early breaker throw here. Not going to take out the 93 though. He does leave himself on a double. Well, not quite a double. Lorilla looking to tidy up. 25. One dart at double 4. Two darts missed. So Svensson with a chance to double his lead here. Get a real grip on this tie. Wants tops. Now double 10. His turn to miss the doubles. Lorilla. Feel this has to go this time. And that could be costly for the Finn. 6 darts missed in total at the double. Svensson. Also misses 3 at the target. Lorilla goes inside. That's the problem with double 1. There really is no margin for error. Svensson eventually finds the target. It's a 2-0 lead for the Swede. It's the first breaker throw in this match. Svensson so far this year on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Played virtually all the tournaments. His best run so far has been the last 16. That was back in Pro Tour 5 in Vexy, where his run ended at the hands of the sweet ferret Johan Engstrom. It's the first year that we've really seen Matthias Svensson on the tour. Currently sitting in 43rd spot on the rankings, so we'll need to go on a deep run either this weekend or last weekend in Estonia if he is going to make that top 24. Back-to-back 140s to kick off this third leg puts him in a strong position to edge further in front. Almost another one. The ton does get him down to a 2-figure finish. Lorilla looking to use the board here to try and get himself down to a finish as well. He ends up leaving a bogey number. Svensson wants double 4. And he finds double 4. It is a 3-0 lead. Matthias Svensson halfway to a spot in the last 32 in a matchup with Benjamin Drew Royce. Can tell you the first player through to the last 16 today here in Oslo. It is Yanni Havisto, and what a way to do it as well. A 6-2 win against Anton Ersland, and he's done it with a 103.16 average. Which I believe puts him around the top 5 mark for the highest recorded averages we've seen on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. The record was set by Andreas Harrison a couple of years ago, 107.80 during one of the Pro Tour events. Marco Cantila, Daniel Larsson also high up on that list, but Yanni Avisto looks to be around the 5th place mark on that list now with that 103. We did see him yesterday win through one of those Euro Tour qualifiers, so he's a man that's come here this weekend in Oslo in a rich vein of form. Did drop out of the top 2 in the rankings last time out back in May. Pro Tour 8 when he lost the final to Daniel Larsson. That win has once again closed the gap to Larsson to 200 euros on the current live rankings. Svensson looking at 97 for a 4-0 lead. Not going to take it out, but he does leave himself well positioned if Lorela doesn't take out this 1-2-6. Looking for 4-19s to leave the ball. Can only find 2 of them. Leaves tops as well, but he's not going to get a go at it. Clinical from Matthias Svensson. 4-0 lead for the Swede. He's had to wait a little while to play his first game today, but doesn't seem to be hanging around here. 4-0 up. Double break up as well. A few other games going on the outside boards. We have got some other last 32 matches that are currently warming up. They're about to get underway. If you want to follow them, head on over to tv.dartsconnect.com. You can follow them score for score. Daniel Larsson, the number 2, about to get his next match underway. Andreas Harrison, who we saw on the live stream earlier, just got his last 32 match with Simon back underway. A few of the remaining last 64 matches are currently ongoing, including this one we're watching right now, but also Sebastian Karras, 5-4 up on Jack Marius Christensen. Christian Johansson 2 up on Jonas Masselin. And Mio Varela, the winner of Pro Tour 6, currently locked in a real battle with one of the newcomers on the tour this weekend. First time we've seen Ronnie Raw. Did see his brother Remy on the stream earlier. That time for Lorela keeps him in touch in the leg, but Svensson knows he's got at least 2 visits here to see off this 1-5-3. All Yanni Lorela can do here is try and leave as small a number as possible, hope for some misses on the doubles from Svensson. Otherwise, he could be throwing first in a second to just try and stay in the match. Be 1 dart at tops. This time, not as clinical. Lorela does get a chance at this 88. Found the treble 18, didn't find the double 7, goes inside. Matthias Svensson Wants double 10. More misses for Svensson. Lorela gets another go at double 2. Two darts go outside the target. I feel is going to be punished here. Svensson wants double 5. That goes inside by some distance. Leaves the same target as Lorela. After the last couple of legs, which were 1 in 5 and 6 visits, you didn't really expect this sort of leg from Matthias Svensson. He has just given Yanni Lorela a little bit of hope. And yeah, but it's Lorela that will throw first in this one. That was a breaker throw. Maybe how that leg ended has just taken Matthias Svensson off his stride a little bit there. It was one-way traffic before then. It was looking like being a very comfortable win. Just got to regain his composure here. A reminder that not just today's Pro Tour event on the live stream. Following this event, we will have the final European Tour qualifier of the season. That will be getting underway at around 7 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock if you're in the UK. There will be a spot up for grabs in the Dutch Darts Championship in Maastricht in October. On the line for the players in that one. Then tomorrow's Pro Tour event, Pro Tour 10, starting off at the same time as today, 11 o'clock local time, 10 o'clock if you're in the UK. And a date for your diary, if it's not in there already, is the Estonia leg of the season. Pro Tours 11 and 12 from the 26th to the 27th of September in Tallinn. That is the final Pro Tour weekend of the season. Yanni Lorela here looking good to double his leg tally. Survived darts to go 5-0 down. And all of a sudden, from potentially being one leg away from being whitewashed, he could be just 2 legs behind here. Disappointed with that visit, but does have the luxury of his opponent not being on a finish. It's going to be at least 6 darts here for Yanni Lorela to get another leg on the board. Two darts missed, but still time on his side here. That double 5 can be tricky, as we saw with Matthias Svensson in the last leg. No trouble for Yanni Lorela. Back-to-back 22 darters. Matthias Svensson, his level has dropped in the last few legs, and Yanni Lorela has taken advantage of it. From 4-0 down, he has got it back to 4-2. I mentioned the Nordic and Baltic Championship, Jan Hoffmann Trophy. More details for that event will be coming within the next week, I'm told. So do keep an eye on the PDC Nordic and Baltic socials for that. Such a great tournament last year to be a part of. The very first edition. To remember a real legend of darts in this part of the world, Jan Hoffmann. Great tournament. A great way to end the Pro Tour season with those top 24 players being on a stage competing for that title. And with a World Championship spot and also the Grand Slam this year, just going to make that tournament even bigger. These two players will have hopes of getting into that field this year for the first time. I mentioned Jani Lorela in that 24th and final spot. Matthias Svensson a little way off, around €600. But a win here would add some more money to his tally, get him a little bit closer. Back-to-back tons for Lorela gets him down to a ton. Svensson, this doesn't go, in real danger of his throw being broken again here. That is not the best setup shot in the world from 127 to leave 101. Lorela could be about to go one behind his opponent here. Does go for two tops. And excuse me, that first start was in the treble. So a ton finish for Jani Lorela. And from 4-0 down, this match is now back on throw. Three legs on the spin for the Finn. He did survive darts to go 5-0 down. Now he's throwing to level up this match. A few other games reaching their conclusion on the outside boards. Mia Varela, 5-3 up now on Ronnie Raw. Christian Johansson trailing Jonas Masselin 4-3 and can confirm now that Mia Varela has beaten Ronnie Raw 6-3. So one of the newest winners on the tour this year. Up and running today in Oslo. He's into the last 32. A few other last 32 games underway on the outside boards. Andreas Harrison 4-1 up on Simon Back. Petru Rasmus 3-1 up on Mindaugas Brauskas. Jonas Graverson has a 3-0 lead on Patrick Hansen, who we saw on the stream a little bit earlier. Daniel Larsson, the current number 2 on the rankings. 2 legs apiece with Mika Mustanyimi. All those games you can follow on Dartsconnect. A nice 140 there for Lorela. Makes up for that visit of 21. Svensson doesn't get down to a finish after that visit. So Lorela here has really turned this match around. Shuffles along the oche to good effect. 2 big trebles to leave 50. I can assure you he will not be going ball first start. He will expect to get 2 darts at his preferred double. It will be tops to level this match up from 4-0 down. And we have ourselves a level game. Who would have predicted that? Around 10 minutes ago, when Mattias Svensson was throwing at a double for a 5-0 lead, he's been pegged back to 4 legs apiece. Anthony, the next match on the live stream, we are going to be moving into the last 32. A really intriguing match, this one. PDC tour card holder Victor Tingstrom, the 8th seed today, will be going up against Iceland's number 1, Alexander Thorvaldsen. That'll be the next match coming up at the end of this one. It was a match that we thought was going to be pretty one-sided. And Mattias Svensson won the first 4 legs. Things have unravelled since then. Good time to get the 140 there for Svensson. Started off the leg with 2 trebleless visits. And that is a slack return from Lorilla. Just takes the pressure off his opponent for a few moments. Svensson piles in another 2 treble visit as he just got things back under control. Just the right time. Done for Lorilla. Not down to a finish though, so Svensson got a bit of breathing space in this leg. Lorilla down to a finish as well. This leg on a knife edge. Here's Svensson who will get the first go at a double. It will be double 18. Lorilla takes it a step back. And to good effect. What a comeback this has been from Yanni Lorilla. Checks out the 98 in 2. 5 legs on the spin for Lorilla. He looked out of it at 4-0 down, but what a comeback this has been. And who knows, when we come to the end of the Pro Tour season next month in Estonia, if Yanni Lorilla is sitting in that 24th spot, he may well look back on this game as a crucial game that got him into the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. He has missed one of the weekends. He did miss the most recent weekend in Gothenburg back in May. He's back in the field this weekend in Oslo, looking to consolidate his spot in the field. That weekend in Gothenburg, it did clash with other events in the region. We did have the Nordic Cup going on that weekend, and Yanni Lorilla did win the singles title, defeating Dennis Nilsson 6-4 in the final. of that event. So although that was a few months ago, he does still have that winning feeling behind him. And what a leg this has been on throw, down to a finish after 9 darts. Matthias Svensson could be just a couple of visits away from defeat. The 180 there was the damage done with the first 2 visits of 30 and 45. Lorilla tees up tops after 12. Svensson. Will this be one last act of defiance? It's another big visit, but is it going to be too little too late? Yanni Lorilla was 4-0 down in this match. He's now got 3 match darts at tops to win it 6-4. And he does just that with the best leg of the match. What a comeback from the Finn. Lost the opening 4 legs. Had to survive some darts and a double from Matthias Svensson. Could have gone 5-0 down. But he's managed to pull it out of the bag there. 6 legs on the spin for Finland's Yanni Lorilla. He moves on to the last 32 and a match-up with Benjamin Drew Royce. Coming up next on the live stream, we are going to see 2 of the young, exciting players on the tour. We've got the PDC Tour card holder Victor Tingstrom going up against Alexander Thorvaldsen of Iceland in the last 32. That match coming up on the stream in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to Oslo, and we're into the last 32 on the live stream. Exciting matchup between Victor Tingstrom, one of the current PDC Tour card holders from Sweden, going up against Iceland's #1, Alexander Thorvaldsen, for a spot in the last 16 of today's Pro Tour 9. We do have 3 players already into the last 16. I mentioned earlier Yanni Abisto with a top 5 all-time average on the tour, 103.16 in a 6-2 win against Anton Östlund. Since then, we have seen Jonas Graverson and Petri Rasmus book their spots in the last 16. On the outside boards, a real battle going on between Andreas Harrison and Simon Back. Harrison was 4-0 and 5-1 up in that match. They are now into a last leg decider. Tingstrom misses tops for a 15-dart holder throw. His opponent not off to as quick a start. Down to a finish now, though. Tingstrom pins the double 10. 6-visit leg on throw to get things underway here. And on the outside boards, another big name has fallen. Andreas Harrison, 6-5 defeat to Simon Back. He has fallen at the last 32 hurdle. Daniel Larsson, another name into the last 16, the current #2 on the tour. He's beaten Mika Mustanyimi 6-3. As for these two players, well, for Alexander Thorvaldsen, he will be determined to finish the season in that top 24. Started the weekend in 21st. He is up 1 spot since then to #20 with a €300 buffer on 25th spot. He'll be keen to try and cement his spot in the Nordic and Baltic Championship field. Victor Tingstrom currently 8th. Couple of semi-finals in Vexi. Pro Tours 5 and 6. Still searching for that first title on the tour. Thorvaldsen here to level things up, in danger of his throw being broken. Just misses the double 16 for a ton finish. Tingstrom now should get 2 darts to double his lead. He doesn't take the chance. Thorvaldsen has been given another opportunity to hold his throw. He can't take it. Tingstrom hit this double in the first leg. He's hit the wrong one this time. Drifts into the double 15. Clinical opening leg. Didn't expect him to show them frailties on the doubles, but he's done just that. And Alexander Thorvaldsen has levelled things up here. Thorvaldsen we did see make a quarter-final in Pro Tour 1 back in February. That was his best run to date on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Has played in all of the events this year so far. And last year as well, he has been committing himself a lot more to the tour. As has Victor Tingstrom. He did miss a few events last year, but has made sure he's been on the start line for all the events so far this year. He's now into his second year with that PDC Tour card. Won that at the start of 2025 at European Q School. Look at the list of players on this tour. World Championship spot via these rankings as he takes out the 84 there. Victor could get into the top 2 or perhaps win the Nordic and Baltic Championship. That prize money for getting to the World Championship, getting to the Grand Slam, could potentially be massive for him in keeping that tour card for a third year. Since our last Nordic and Baltic weekend, we have seen Victor playing a lot on the Pro Tour. We did see him in the World Series as well in Denmark, where he picked up a memorable win against Stephen Bunting in a last leg decider before pushing Michael van Gogh into a final leg in the quarterfinals, just falling short on that occasion. Well, despite that visit of 13 to follow the 180, Thorvaldsen here looking in a very good position to level things up here. Tingstrom may start on the 19s. You do see that a lot more often nowadays, different numbers starting on the 19s to give yourself a more chance of leaving a finish, as Thorvaldsen just goes inside there on the double 14 for a 148. Again, Tingstrom starting on the 19s, finds one big treble. Thorvaldsen busting his score there. 7 left, hits the double 3. Can Tingstrom pick his pocket here? Not going to find the treble he needed. Thorvaldsen back looking at that double 7. This time, there's no problems. Levels things up once again. 4 legs in, 4 holes to throw. There is a 15-point gap in the averages, but as the legendary Martin Adams once said, averages not worth a lot sometimes, or words to that effect. You have a last 32 games underway on the outside boards, and a real interesting one between 2 Norwegians, Kåre Dekker and Lars Erik Lindgren, who we did see in our first match on the live stream today. Dekker currently 4-3 up on Lindgren. Did lead that match 4-0, but Lindgren has won the last 3. Getting himself back into it. Oscar Lukasiak and Teemu Harju, 2 of the top players on the tour last year. They're currently 3-0 up in their last 32 matches. This looks to be a comfortable holder throw for Tingstrom. 1 dart at tops. Tops is hit. It's a 104 finish for the Belkin boy. And he's looked very dominant on throw so far. 17, 14 and 15 darters to win his 3 legs so far. Alexander Thorvaldsen's 2 winning legs in 23 and 19 darts. So you feel if Victor Tingstrom can produce a similar standard against the throw, that could be a crucial moment in this game. But so far, all the legs going with the throw. Thorvaldsen having to switch with that last one to leave a finish with a single, and he does that. Tingstrom down to a finish as well. Feel an important passage of play coming here. Saw Thorvaldsen miss the double 14 for this a few moments ago. But no such issue for Victor Tingstrom. The old Bob Anderson finger point there. He points to the double 14. It's a 1-4-8 finish for the Swede. Back-to-back ton plus finishes, back-to-back 15 darters. It's Victor Tingstrom. 4-2 up here. 2 up. And 2 away from a place in the last 16 of Pro Tour 9. I mentioned that previous weekend, the third weekend of the season in Vexy, where it really did look like Victor Tingstrom was on the cusp of making a breakthrough on the tour. Pro Tour 5 made the semi-finals, lost out 6-3 to Darius Labanauskas the following day, made another run to the semi-finals, lost out in a last leg decider 6-5 to Kordeka. Most recent weekend in Gothenburg, his home events, he did have another quarter-final in Pro Tour 7 where he lost 6-4 to Jonas Gravesen, and Pro Tour 8, his run ended 6-5, hands of Yanni Havisto. Been knocking on the door, and that is what Alexander Thorvaldsen is doing in this leg. 80 left after 12 darts. Could be about to get that break straight back. And he does just that. It's a 15 dart break, a throw from Iceland's number 1. Excellent stuff from Alexander Thorvaldsen. We are back on throw. There is still that 10-point gap in the averages. But Thorvaldsen won't mind. He is just 1 behind. Can tell you that the number 1 seed, Kordeka, he has survived that fight back from his compatriot, Lars Erik Lindgren. Decker led that one 4-0. Lost the next 3 legs, but he's recovered well. He's won the next 2 to complete a 6-3 win and move into the last 16. So we do have the top 3 seeds into the last 16. A couple of big casualties. We've already seen Darius Labanauskas and more recently Andreas Harrison knocked out. But a lot of the big hitters still in the mix here in Oslo today. Another good leg here from Thorvaldsen, down to a finish after a dozen darts. Well, that, can you believe it? He's busted score there, Alexander Thorvaldsen. 60 left with the last dart. He did have a look at the board there. How is he going to find a way through and to hit the single to leave tops? Was there a case to go perhaps for treble 12 and avoid that situation? Is that going to be costly? Tingstrom needs to find a treble 19, not going to find one. So this could be a let-off for Alexander Thorvaldsen. One dart at tops. This time it doesn't go. Tingstrom going to switch. He finds the double 7. And you've got to say that is a real nick for Victor Tingstrom. Alexander Thorvaldsen busting the 138, hitting a treble 20 with 60 left with one dart in hand. Huge mistake from Thorvaldsen. Only ends up getting one dart at tops. Tingstrom gets that breaker throw back in his pocket, and he is now throwing for a place in the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. His fellow Swede Oskar Lukasiak, he is into the last 16. He's beaten Nemanja Kosovic 6-0. Teemu Harju on the cusp of a whitewash win over Jonas Sorensen. Leads 5-0. Johan Engstrom currently 4-0 up on Ralf Slamanis. All those matches on the outside boards if you want to follow them. Here on the live stream. Victor Tingstrom may only be 2 or 3 visits away from booking his spot in the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. He leaves the 170 for Thorvaldsen. Only a maximum. Will leave a finish, doesn't quite find it. So Tingstrom has got 2 visits minimum here. Get himself into the next round. One dart missed for the match at double 5. Thorvaldsen not going to take the 164 with Tingstrom. Big one for 2 darts at double 2. And the Belkin boy is into the 4th round here in Pro Tour 9. There was some real quality in the middle of that game from Victor Tingstrom. 104 and 148 finishes, put him 4-2 up. Alexander Thorvaldsen replied with a 15 darter of his own, but that 138 bust perhaps was the turning point. Thorvaldsen didn't level for 4 legs apiece, and Tingstrom took the next 2 legs. The PDC Tour card holder still waiting for that first win on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Could it come today? Well, he has moved a step closer. Coming up next on the live stream, we are going to continue with last 32 action. Norway's Kent Göran Sivertsen going up against a former title winner on the tour, Finland's Jonas Masselin. Welcome back to Oslo. Last 32 action continuing here in Pro Tour 9 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is Norway versus Finland here. And Jordan Sivertsen going up against Jonas Masselin for a spot in the last 16. Just seen Victor Tingstrom took his spot in the last 16. The winner of this will play the 5th seed Oscar Lekasiak for a spot in the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour. Both these players we did see play in the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship last year in Copenhagen. Jonas Masselin qualifying as the 9th seed, and a large part of that was down to winning his first title on the tour. And he won Pro Tour 2 last year. Kent-Göran Sivertsen qualifying as the 13th seed for that tournament, but both these players with work to do if they're going to make sure they are in the field again this year. Current live rankings, Jonas Masselin down in 21st spot. Kent-Göran Sivertsen in 41st, so he's outside by around €600 at the last look at the rankings. We just saw a 148 from Victor Tingstrom in the last game. Sivertsen not going to repeat the feat in this leg. Masselin won't take out a ton plus finish either. So this for an early breaker throw for Sivertsen. He'll be disappointed with that. That first start looked to be a good guide. Masselin electing for treble 14. Double 12, that dart. Some way off. Sivertsen going to get another visit. There does seem to be a few issues with the marking here in the opening leg. Hopefully that doesn't disrupt the players too much. Put them out of their stride a little bit. Pretty easy to count that one. All 3 darts going outside the double 8. Jonas Masselin says thank you very much. Takes the opening leg. Ends up being a 23 dart holder throw. He'll be throwing a lot better legs than that this year, but does get him off the mark. Jonas has already picked up a couple of wins today. Kicked off his campaign with a 6-1 win against Norway's Espen Skjar. And then followed that up with a little more of a tougher test, a 6-4 win against Christian Johansson in the last 64. As for Kent-Göran Sivertsen, a bye in the first round, but then claimed the scalp of Andreas Tofte Jørgensen, 6-4 in the last 64. To set up this meeting with Jonas Masselin. Both these players will see this as a real opportunity to get some money on the board. We did see both these players in PDC World Cup of Darts in the summer. For Jonas Maslin, it was a debut in the tournament, where he partnered up with the returning Yanni Havisto. For Yanni, it was his first appearance in the World Cup for 12 years. For the pair of them, for me, they were one of my dark horses for the tournament, so I kind of put the jinx on them a little bit there. They did go out in the group stages, lost to Norway and Hungary, finished bottom of their group, so apologies, gents. Yeah, it was a debut for Jonas Maslin. Kent Uren Sivertsen, we have seen play for Norway the last couple of years, alongside Core Decker. We didn't know there is a little bit of a difference in the height of those two players. Maslin not going to take out the 119, so a chance here for Kent Uren Sivertsen to level up this match. Does he stay there? Yes, he does. Needed a treble to leave a double. Does leave 32. He's got to rely on Jonas Maslin, missing 3 darts at that target. He was right to rely on it because he has done just that. Kent Uren Sivertsen. Can he show him where it is? Steps across the oche and finds it. We have a level game after 2 legs. 223 darters from the pair. We are level. Strong start there from Jonas Maslin with the maximum. Did see Valters Mildris kick off a leg earlier on the live stream with back-to-back 180s. We're all getting excited. Yeah, a few other results on the outside boards. Johan Engstrom into the last 16. He's beaten Latvia's Ralphs Lomanis 6-1. Teemu Harju looking good today. He has whitewashed Jonas Sodensen 6-0. A few other games on the outside boards to keep an eye on, including Andreas Nielsen and Edwin Turbjørnsen, who have gone to a last leg decider. Last year's Nordic and Baltic Championship runner-up Turbjørnsen, currently outside the spots for this year's finale. That one in the final stages of that decider. Good pick off with the last start there on the treble 17 for Sivertsen. Maslin misses the ball for a 1-3-5. Sivertsen to get the breaker throw here. A solid leg it would be. Double 16. He goes inside. And Maslin clean up the 25. Double 8. Now over to double 4. His turn to miss a couple of darts at a double. can see the anguish on the face of Kent Joran Sivertsen. 3 more darts missed to get that breaker throw. Jonas Masselin accepts the invitation. Once again, it's another 23 darter. You know, both players can play much better than this, but at the moment not able to find those levels. Can tell you that game that went to a last leg decider, Edwin to Björnsson and Andreas Nilsson. Nilsson missing match darts, and to Björnsson has won it 6-5. He's into the last 16. That is a big result for Edwin. It's pushed him up to 27th on the live rankings, 3 spots outside the provisional places for the Nordic and Baltic Championship, €300 behind those spots as things stand. Next up for him, just the small prospect of the number 2 seed, Daniel Larsson. That will be an interesting matchup in the last 16. We do have a few matches going on already in that round. Teemu Harju, I mentioned a moment ago, he won his last game 6-0 against Jonas Sorensen. He's currently 4-0 up on another Dane called Jonas Graverson. Potentially noteworthy result to come here. Jani Havisto currently 5-4 down against his fellow Finn Petri Rasmus on the outside boards. Havisto, the number 3 seed, just taken out 48 to force a last leg decider in that one, and he does have the throw. We'll keep you updated with that one, how that finishes up. Havisto looking to chase down Daniel Larsson for that 2nd spot on the rankings and the World Championship places. Masselin here looking at tops to get the first breaker throw in this match, and by far the best leg of the match as well. The opening 3 legs won in 8 visits. Masselin has just won that one in 5 visits. There's a little bit of daylight between the 2 players now. Masselin 3-1 up. Good find with the last one there for Masselin. Keeps that advantage in the leg. On the outside board, Savisto and Rasmus neck and neck in their decider. Rasmus having a look at 136. Savisto is on 144. This could be a big result in terms of that race for the World Championship. Masselin with that 140 gets himself down to a more than makeable 89, and he's going to get at least 2 visits to extend his lead here to win a 3rd leg on the spin. Doesn't need to go the ball route. Instead, tees up 32 when he comes back for a 4-1 lead. Then Jordan Sivertsen had his chances early on to get that breaker throw. Both the first and third legs didn't take his chances, but he was nowhere near in that leg, and Jonas Masselin has opened up a 4-1 lead. On the outside boards, Yanni Havisto has pulled it out of the fire. A 6-5 win against Petri Rasmus in a last leg shootout. He moves into the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour. And once again closes the gap on Daniel Larsson to €200 on the live rankings. For that second World Championship spot, Havisto into the quarterfinals. Here on the live stream, Jonas Masselin edging towards the last 16. The matchup with another PDC Tour card holder in the field, Oscar Lukasiak. A few other remaining last 32 matches still going on the outside boards. Benjamin Drew Royce, who we saw have that impressive victory against Andreas Horgordus on his first match back on the tour. Hasn't quite hit the ground running in his next game. He does trail Yanni Lohila 1-0 in the early stages of that one. Jonas Masselin here has got a firm grip on this match. Doesn't need to even entertain going treble 17 ball. Just tees up that 32 again. This would be for a double breaker throw and then to throw for the match. Sivertsen finds a big treble. Expect it's not going to be enough here. Masselin finds double 16 with his first dart. And he's 4 legs on the trot for the Finn. He's now throwing for a place in the last 16. And to strengthen his position in the race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Jonas player a couple of times as well on the Euro Tour this year. Made his debut in the European Darts Trophy back in March, where he ran into an inspired Kevin Dukes, I think it's got to be said, who produced a quite incredible performance against him. Kevin is based in Sweden now, still represents the Netherlands, but you do see on the back of his shirt the Swedish and Dutch flags. He wasn't very hospitable for the Nordic and Baltic qualifier. Jonas Masselin averaged 117.12 against him. And they met on the Euro Tour stage earlier this year. Jonas has qualified for the Hungarian Darts Trophy as well. That is the next Euro Tour event on the calendar at the end of this month in Budapest. Before then, Masselin will be eyeing up some more success on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour tops to move into the last 16. And there it is. Jonas Masselin marches on into the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. The early stages, Kent Joran Sivertsen, he had chances to break the Jonas Masselin throw. Didn't take those chances, and Jonas Masselin managed to gain control of the game. And he runs out, in the end, a fairly comfortable 6-1 winner. He'll take on the PDC Tour card holder, Oscar Lekasiak, in the next round of Pro Tour 9. Two players into the quarterfinals, Yanni Avisto and Teemu Harju. Plenty of action going on the outside boards. We'll be back with more action on the live stream in a few moments' time. We're into the last 16 of Pro Tour 9 here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And for the first time today, we get to see the current number one on the tour, Norway's Kåre Dekker. His home weekend of events here in Oslo. Takes on a player that we've already seen on the stream earlier today, Latvia's Valters Melderis. And a spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs. 3 players already into the last 8 on the outside boards. Jani Avisto, Teemu Harju, and now Johan Engstrom, who has just beaten Simon Back, who was the conqueror of Andreas Harrison in the previous round. Engstrom has ended his run with a 6-1 win in the last 16. Who will join them in the last 8. Dekker coming for cover after that first start, blocked the treble. And it's funny I say we saw Valters Melderis on the stream earlier. Of course, I saw him, but unfortunately you guys didn't. A few technical difficulties earlier, but I can assure you Valters was playing on this board. Had a pretty good performance as well. Kåre Dekker just misses the ball for a 1-2-2. Melderis going to get 1 dart at tops. Dekker now to hold his throw in the opener. Has to use 2 darts to get down to a double. It's going to be 1 dart at double 4. Doesn't find what he's looking for. So Melderis has got 3 darts in hand here to break the Dekker throw. Double 10 will do. And that is the first leg against the throw for Valters Melderis. Kåre Dekker, he has been at the top of the rankings for pretty much the whole of 2026. Won Pro Tours 1 and 4. Got to the finals of Pro Tours 3 and 6 as well, but last time out in Gothenburg back in May, Kåre did suffer 2 early defeats in the last 32, which was the first round for him. Losing out 6-1 to Jonas Masselin, who we've just seen on the stream in Pro Tour 7. And then the following day, a 6-4 defeat to Andreas Ågård. So the Sheriff left that weekend in Gothenburg with no prize money added to his tally. And it did mean that titles for Daniel Larsson and Darius Labanauskas, as well as a final and a quarter-final for Jani Avisto, saw them close the gap on Kåre at the top of the rankings at the start of play today. Just €400 separated the number one Kåre Dekker from Daniel Larsson in second spot. So it's an important weekend for that race to the World Championship. Top 2 players on the rankings at the end of Pro Tour 12 will be going to Ali Pali. We did see Kåre Dekker make his debut in the World Championship last year. Didn't qualify via the Nordic and Baltic route, did it via the Pro Tour. He went up against the former world champion Rob Cross in the first round. A matchup where both players share the same barber as I do. Can Decker find a way through the tops? Not quite, but he has got time on his side here to get that break back straight away. Mildris not down to a finish. But Decker has got 3 in hand at tops, only needs the 1. It's an immediate break back for the Sheriff. One leg apiece here. Just looking at the current race for the World Championship via the Pro Tour Core Decker. £1,500 outside of those Pro Tour spots. So as things stand, he would be qualifying for Ali Pali via the Nordic and Baltic rankings. And that could be potentially huge for him because I think he'd need to get to the World Championship to try and keep his tour card. Got to be in the top 64 after the World Championship to get a third year with that tour card, and he'll be hoping with the greatest of respect that this is perhaps a farewell tour on the Nordic and Baltic Tour, because once you get into that top 64 on the main rankings, you're no longer eligible to play on this tour. We've seen that with the likes of Madars Rasma and Jeffrey de Graaf. So potentially, Core Decker, things go well for him on the main tour. These could be the last few weekends we see of him for a while. He doesn't get into the top 64. He will have to go back to Q School to try and win back that tour card. And he would be eligible to still play on the tour, the Nordic and Baltic Tour, that is. So that is something worth keeping an eye on over these next few weekends of Nordic and Baltic events. Almost the perfect setup shot there for Decker. Was looking for that treble 15 to lead tops. Plenty of time here to hold his throw for the first time in this match. Wanda at double 16. And the Sheriff hits the front for the first time. On the outside boards, we do have another player through to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 9, Daniel Larsson. 6-0 whitewash of Edwin Torbjörnsson with a 98.02 average. A very impressive performance from the current number 2 on the rankings. So we've got the number 2 and the number 3 into the quarterfinals. Will the number 1 Core Decker be joining them? A couple of other last 16 matches are underway on the outside board. You can probably see a few players in the background, including Victor Tingstrom, who currently leads Mio Varela by 2 legs to 1. Oscar Lukasiak 3-0 up on Jonas Masselin. In the last match in the last 16, Jakob Skovgaard against Benjamin Drew Royce. A match warming up on the outside boards as well. Both players trade maximums here in this leg. Deckers gets him down to a finish. Mildris down to 1 as well, but this could be A real opportunity for Kordecker to get some real daylight between him and his opponent. Picks off one big treble. Mildris leaves tops. That first start looked a good guide for him to follow it. Becker's going to get one dart at tops for a 3-1 lead. And then Sheriff is starting to put his foot down here. You see the fist pump there. He knows how important that dart was. It's back-to-back legs for the number 1 seed. He opens up a 3-1 lead here. He'll have seen his 2 closest rivals in the rankings continuing their progression in the tournament. They're both in the quarterfinals. So he knows he's got to keep the pace with those 2 players to keep himself at the top of the rankings, keep himself in those World Championship spots. As for Valters Melderis, currently in 15th spot on the live rankings. He's in a very good position to get himself to the Nordic and Baltic Championship again at the end of the season. He does have a unwanted record against Kordecker, just looking at the last few years. 2 players have met on 3 occasions on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, in a couple of last 16s and a quarter-final. Kordecker has won all 3 of them. 6-5, 6-3, 6-3. Their 3 most recent matches on the tour. Decker is looking in a good position here to continue that winning streak against the hipster. Melderis down to a finish as well, but Decker with the first look at one here with this 91. Options here, 14s, 18s. Alex for the 14s route. Tidies it up to leave tops. Now Decker here to go 2 away from a place in the quarterfinals. Not as vigorous, the fist pump there, but they all count the same. Kordecker has won the last 3 legs. His average creeping into the 90s. Looks to be closing in on a place in the quarterfinals and making up for that disappointment last time out in Gothenburg. Those 2 early exits, which really did open the door for the chasing pack to close that gap on him at the top of the rankings. And tell you the next match coming up on the live stream, we are going to be moving into the quarterfinals, and it will be the number 3 seed Yanni Avisto against last year's number 2 Teemu Harju. That will be our next match coming up on the live stream following the conclusion of this one. Quarterfinal bracket starting to take shape. Also got the number 2 seed Daniel Larsson against Johan Engstrom. Those 2 matches in the bottom half of the draw. Mildris looking good here to stop the rot and get his second leg on the board. Tricky double 15. And he goes 10 for double 10. Goes inside Decker. I feel if this goes in, the writing could be on the wall for Valters Melderis. There'll be one dart at the ball. Dart missed for 5-1. Valters Melderis keeps his hopes alive with that double 5. Sheriff now with the serve. He's got that breaker throw in his back pocket. On the outside boards, Oscar Lukasiak 4-1 up on Jonas Masselin. Victor Tingstrom and Mio Varela involved in a real close game on the outside boards. Tingstrom leads by 4 legs to 3 in that one. Benjamin Drew Royce has just taken the opener against Jakob Skovgaard in a battle of the Danes. Strong leg on throw here from Core Decker. Now to a finish after 12 darts. Melderis going to need to find a couple of big trebles to join him. Can't find one. Decker looking for 2 treble 17s to lead double 16. Oh, what a finish that would have been from the Sheriff. We come back with 3 darts in hand at double 16 to go 1 away from a place in the quarterfinals. Moves across the hockey. Can he find a way through? Doesn't. Melderis, can he produce a big finish? Yes, he can. What a finish that is. A 160 from Valters Melderis out of nowhere. All of a sudden, this match is now back on throw. Who saw that coming? They call him the hipster. You can see on your screen there the right trouser leg tucked into his sock. Don't know whether that's intended or not, but that 160 certainly was a great finish from Valters Melderis to get this match back on throw. It is back-to-back legs for the Latvian from 4-1 down. Decker missing a handful of darts at the double to go 1 away. And that 160, of course, the shot that Decker took out to beat Andreas Harrison in the last leg decider in the final of Pro Tour 1. That was the shot that set the Sheriff on his way to go top of the rankings early doors. He's kept that position all the way through the season. Now he has got a bit of a fight on his hands to stay there. Daniel Larsson and Yanni Abisto both breathing down his neck. Larsson currently €300 behind him. Abisto €600. Were Decker to fall at this hurdle, that would certainly open the door for them to try and overtake him at the top. Final for Larsson would put him above Decker. Title for Hvisto would put him above Decker as well. That, obviously, if Decker was to go out in this round. He looks to have recovered the situation well here. He's left tops, unless Meldris can produce something special again. Not on this occasion. So it's tops for Decker to get that fifth leg on the board. Throw for the match. Now double 10. This time, no problems with the finishing. Core Decker moves to within a leg of a place in the quarterfinals. Survived that sucker punch from Valters Meldris, taking out that 160 in the last leg. He's got things back on track here. 5-3 up. He's one of the last 3 legs to move into the quarterfinals. On the outside boards, we do have another confirmed quarterfinalist, Victor Tingstrom. Beaten Mio Varela 6-3. So just 3 more places to be decided in our quarter-final lineup today in Oslo. Reminder, the next match coming up on the stream, it will be quarter-final between the 2 Finns, Yanni Hvisto and Teemu Harju. Again, it's another big match in the race for the World Championship. Another test for Hvisto. Teemu Harju has been throwing some good stuff today. Probably the best consistently we've seen him on the tour this year. Had that great season last year, getting 2nd spot and winning the Nordic and Baltic Championship. It's not been a great follow-up season for him so far. Meldris now going to have to rely, you'd think, on Decker missing some match starts here. Got 6 darts from 170 to get over the line. All Meldris can do is hit and hope. And he's hit a lot there, the 171 to lead tops. Decker may only get 1 match start here. It's going to be 1 match start. Pulls it inside. Took a lot of time with that visit. Maybe between darts 1 and 2, he was trying to just make sure he knew what was left after drifting into that treble 9. But between darts 2 and 3, took a long time. And Valters Meldris Not giving up without a fight. He survived one match start. And now he's throwing to take us all the way to a last leg decider. You do go that far, Kordecker would have the throw first. Of course, he'll be open to get the job done here. The last few legs, we've seen a bunch of breaks of throw. You can see in the background there, Kor's son watching on intently. Supporting his dad here in his home weekend of events. Sure, it's not often he gets to watch his dad play in PDC events. We did see him cheering dad on the Euro Tour last year. He had that big run to the final session. This has been a strong start to the leg against throw for Kordecker. Down to 91 after 9 darts. Meldris not going to leave a finish after this visit on 339. So 6 darts if he needs them for the Sheriff to get into the quarterfinals. Keep his hopes of winning a 3rd title of the year alive. Steadies himself, big 20 to leave tops. He will get 3 match darts minimum here to complete a 6-4 win. Meldris, he's had his moments in this match. The 160 finish, 171 to leave tops in the last leg. He's going to have to rely on Decker missing 3 match darts. He has missed those match darts. 3 more come and gone for the Sheriff. Wouters Meldris, can he pull out another big finish? Not going to take out the 140. Decker coming back on 555. His heart would have been in his mouth when that first dart found the treble 20 for Wouters Meldris, but drifted into the treble 5 with a second. Kordecker moves into the quarterfinals. The 6th match dart finds the target. And the number 1 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic rankings. He's got some pressure behind him. Yanni Avisto and Daniel Larsson both into the quarterfinals today. Kordecker has joined them as well. He keeps that lead at the top of the rankings as things stand. He's into the quarterfinals, and that is where we're going to be heading next. Last 8 action in Oslo coming up next. It's a battle of the 2 Finns. The number 3 seed, Yanni Avisto, against the reigning Nordic and Baltic champion, Teemu Harju, coming up next in a few minutes' time. We're into the quarterfinals in Oslo, Pro Tour 9 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, and what a matchup we've got in prospect here. The number 3 seed, Yanni Havisto, going up against his fellow Finn, Teemu Harju, the runner-up on last year's Nordic and Baltic rankings and the winner of the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. As always, from round 1 through to the final, it is a race to 6 legs, the best of 11. A big match for Yanni Havisto and his bid to get back to the PDC World Darts Championship. So Harju leaves tops after 12 darts on throw. Havisto currently third in the rankings, €300 behind Daniel Larsson in that second spot. Harju misses 3 at tops. A win here for Havisto would put him in the live rankings at least, €100 behind Daniel Larsson. Top 2 at the end of the season will qualify for Ali Pali. Are you having some troubles on the finishing there? 6 missed darts at a double. Havisto is going to get 1 dart, a double 16. Goes outside. Third visit, looking at a double for Harju. He finds it in the end. He left tops after 12 darts. Eventually gets over the line in 20 darts. You'd imagine Teemu Harju not going to get 8 darts at a double in each leg, or many legs in this match for that matter. We did see Teemu, who just fires in a 180 there, make his debut at Ali Pali last year, and he was involved in a real epic with Alan Suter in the first round. 2-0 down in sets. Managed to come back and force a last set decider, and that last set going all the way to a sudden death leg. And Teemu Harju has hit back-to-back 180s here. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's not going to take out another one here. The 7th dart goes high above the treble. Twice we've seen that on the stream today. Felters Meldris early on. Yanni Havisto almost takes out a 170 for a 12-dart holder throw. And Harju wouldn't have even had a shot at this 76. He's got 1 dart at tops. And that is much more clinical from Teemu Harju. What a leg that was. Harju, 6 perfect darts. Havisto misses ball for a 170. We'll have some more of that. Harju, I mentioned that epic that he had on debut at the World Championship last year with Alan Suter, just lost out in a sudden death leg. That 2025 was such a breakthrough year for him. Finished second on the Nordic and Baltic rankings, qualifying for the World Championship. Won his first 2 titles on the tour. And then won that inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship, the Jan Hoffman Trophy as well. He is the defending champion, and With 1,500 euros currently on his ranking, you'd expect him to qualify for that tournament again this year. Although unless he wins a title or two, his seeding won't be as high as it was last year. He went in as the number 2 seed. Currently the number 14 seed on the live rankings. This has been a very good start from Harju. Visto in that, what you'd say is a three-way race for those top 2 spots as things stand. Larson and Decker both into the quarterfinals. And once again, Visto looking at that 170. Not going to get a go at the ball this time. Are you coming back for 94 for a 3-0 lead? Well, that is clinical stuff from the Nordic and Baltic champion. Messed around on the doubles in the first leg, but he's been a lot more clinical since then. 2 darts at tops. He's hit them both times. On the outside boards, I can tell you the last confirmed quarter-finalist is now known. Benjamin Drew Royce has survived match darts in the decider to beat Jakob Skovgaard 6-5. We are into the quarterfinals now, but I just want to give a mention to the lineup that we've got here in Oslo for the last 8. Teemu Harju might think about stopping me with another attempt at the 9 darter, but it's just 5 perfect darts out of the 6, 180, 140. But the lineup we've got for the quarterfinals: Core Decker against Victor Tingstrom, Benjamin Drew Royce against Oscar Lukasiak, Daniel Larsson. He has already beaten Johan Engstrom 6-3 in one of the quarterfinals. And then the matchup we're currently watching here, Yanni Avisto, Teemu Harju. That is your last 8 lineup. Pretty impressive if you ask me. And from memory, I think you've got 7 former Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title winners. The last one, Victor Tingstrom, a PDC Tour card holder. So that shows you the quality that we've got in the last 8. Harju missing tops there with 1 dart in hand, and Avisto, this is just to stay in it. The 108 doesn't go. They're the chances that Yanni Avisto is being afforded here. This has been one-way traffic from Teemu Harju, and that is a 13 dart breaker throw. Said earlier on today when we watched Teemu in his first round game against Remy Raw, didn't have much coming back at him, but still produced an 89 average. Since then, he's had another 6-0, another 6-0. Second one coming against Jonas Sorensen, and then a 6-2 win against Jonas Graverson. Been pretty clinical stuff so far. If my math serves me correct, 30 legs played so far for Teemu Harju today. He's won 28 of them. Currently averaging 95. This is the Teemu Harju we saw a lot of in 2025. Looks determined to get his season up and running here. .140 gets him down to a finish first in the leg. Avisto. He's had a few chances, but the 170, the 108, They're the sort of chances that he's been given by his opponent here. He's not played badly. You look at the averages, he's averaging in the low 90s as well, but it's been one-way traffic so far. It's been clinical when he needed to. He's now looking at tops for a 5-0 lead. Double 10 will do. Teemu Harju is on the cusp of a place in the semi-finals. And it would be a first semi-final of the season for the Nordic and Baltic champion. Before today, he had one quarter-final back in Pro Tour 2. That was his best effort of the season. This has been much more like it. Were he to get the job done here, well, that would be a big result in terms of the race for Ali Pali. Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed, already into the semi-finals. Kordeka just getting underway in his quarter-final against Victor Tingstrom. So whatever happens today, that would mean that Visto would be in 3rd spot. And his 2 rivals above him could open up a gap. That's probably one of the rare poor visits that Teemu has had in this match. Visto comes down the board trying to find a treble, can't find one. Teemu Harju knows that he's got 2 visits from 2-1-6. Does get down to a finish. Visto will be down to a better one here. He looks to avoid the bagel. Harju 158 to win it in style. Not going to take out the big finish. Does put a dent in it. Visto doesn't get a shot at the ball, and that is a loose last one from Yanni. Harju, you'd expect at least one match start here. It is going to be at double 16. One match start missed for Harju. Will he get any more in this leg? He's going to get 3 more of them. Visto misses double 5 on the outside. This to complete 6-0 win in the quarterfinals. Can you believe it? All 3 darts going on the outside. Yanni Visto got to split the 5. It's double 1. Yeah, he thinks this is over. Been feeding off scraps in this match in terms of the doubles. He had a few chances in that leg, didn't take them. And Teemu Harju, his good form continues in Oslo today. A 6-0 whitewash of the number 3 seed, Yanni Visto. It's a big result in terms of the race for the World Championship. Yanni Visto outside the spots. And that gap between him and the World Championship places is going to be extended. Daniel Larsson into the semi-finals, where he will play Teemu Harju. That will be our next match on the live stream. And the number 1 seed, you can see in the background there, Kordeka, looking to extend his lead over Yanni Visto as well. We'll be back in a few moments with the semi-finals. We'll see you for those very soon. Semi-final time here in Oslo. Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed, taking on one of the informed players so far today in Finland's Teemu Harju. So we've got the current number 2 taking on last year's number 2. Teemu was the runner-up on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings last year. He won the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship as well. We've talked about it on the stream today. It's not been a great follow-up 2026 season for him so far. This is his first semi-final of the season, and we are into Pro Tour 9. As for Daniel Larsson, the Swede, competing in his 6th Pro Tour semi-final of 2026. He won last time out in Gothenburg 3 months ago now, won Pro Tour 8. Lost to Darius Labanauskas in the final of Pro Tour 7 the day before, but those 2 runs have pushed him up to number 2 in the rankings and in a provisional spot for a return to Ali Pali in December. Teemu Harju has been on a tear so far today. Larsson looking at tops, and that would have been just the 3rd leg that Teemu has lost so far today. 32 legs played, he's won 30 of them, lost just the 2. Daniel Larsson maybe about to take a leg off Harju here on throwing the opener, double 10. Now upstairs to double 5. That will do nicely for Daniel Larsson. Takes the opening leg on throw. On the outside boards, we have got the last 2 quarterfinals still going on. The winner of those 2 matches will play each other in the other semi-final at the top of the draw. 2 big headline matches going on. You can see the man in your screen, Cord Decker, the number 1 seed, currently locked at 3 legs apiece with Victor Tingstrom in a battle of current PDC Tour card holders. Cord Decker has just in fact gone 4-3 up in that match. And Benjamin Drew Royce on his first appearance on the tour this year, former tour card holder, looked at 3 legs apiece with a current tour card holder, Oscar Lukasiak. Those matches on the outside boards, you can follow them on Dartsconnect as well. Score for score, see how those matches are going on. Here in this first semi-final of the day, Daniel Larsson has made a very good start. May expect to get 2 visits from 167. Unless Harju can take out this 160, not going to go. So at the start of this match, Teemu Harju had lost just 2 legs all day. That tally might be about to double in very quick time. Larsson wants double 12 for a 2-0 lead. Goes inside, more missed doubles for Larsson. Harju teed up this double 10 nicely. Now double 5. It's his turn to miss. Larson to get the first breaker throw. Double free will do. And that is a 2-0 lead for Daniel Larson. Just taking a quick look at the live rankings as things stand. Larson, by getting to the semi-finals, he has opened up a €500 lead on third spot, which is occupied by Yanni Havisto. Victory in this semi-final worth another €300, and the final, were he to win that, would be an extra €500 on top of that. So this could potentially be very lucrative next half an hour to an hour if he were to go all the way and win the title. Victory last time out in Gothenburg, that was Daniel Larsson's 9th PDC Nordic and Baltic title on the Pro Tour, which puts him outright 5th on the all-time list. Were he to win the title today, become just the 4th player to get to double digits after Kim Viljanen, Marco Kantila, Darius Labanauskas and Madars Razma. Teemu Harju, in our last game on the stream, we saw him whitewash the number 3 seed Yanni Havisto at maximum. Got him back into this leg. And if this 104 goes, he may be fearing the worst here. Just working out the numbers. That was almost a great rescue act there from Daniel Larson. Harju going to get 2 darts at double 16 to get off the mark. More missed doubles for the Nordic and Baltic champion. Will he be punished again here? Larson has got a handful at double 8. Two on the outside. Can he find a way through? A grimace on his face there. He knows that was a big opportunity to really take control of this semi-final. Oh, you're now going to double 4. And he can't quite believe it. The form he's been showing for most of today, he would have expected to take that chance. Now he's got to rely on his opponent missing more darts at double. That first dart has really made things awkward for Larson. That second one has not helped much either. Teemu Harju is going to get another go. This time, he does find the double. Teemu Harju off the mark in this semi-final. We are back on throw as well. Harju was to go all the way today in Oslo and pick up his 3rd PDC Nordic and Baltic title of his career, to follow on from those first 2 last year. Would push him up into the top 8 on the rankings. Would keep him with an outside chance of the top 2, although you'd think he'd probably have to go and do the double in Tallinn at the end of next month and need results to go his way as well, but higher up he can finish in the rankings, the better in terms of possible seedings for the defence of his Nordic and Baltic Championship later on in the year. After looking like going 3-0 down, this has been a good last minute or so for Teemu Harju. Back-to-back 140s. Starting on the 19s here. 7 of those will leave tops. Mine's 5 of them. So in a good position here to level things up in this semi-final. The outside boards, you can see Victor Tingstrom. He's looking at 20 to get through to the semis. And he has done just that, as you can see on the outside boards. Victor Tingstrom is into another Pro Tour semi-final. He's beaten Kordeka 6-4. The number 1 seed is out of today's Pro Tour. And also on the outside boards, Benjamin Drew Royce on his return to the tour. Teemu Harju pins that double 10, I should say, to level up this semi-final. On the top half of the draw, that semi-final is now set. Benjamin Drew Royce will take on Victor Tingstrom for a place in the final of Pro Tour 9. Tingstrom, the only player left in the field yet to taste success on this tour. Larson, the most recent winner. Harju won his first 2 titles last year. Benjamin Drew Royce, his sole title on the tour coming back in 2023. So whatever happens today, we will have an interesting story to talk about. Daniel Larson could go into the final now. That will put him top of the rankings as well. Will that be going through his mind right now? We don't know. It can compare from player to player how closely they follow these rankings. Some players, they're glued to it on their phones. They know going into every match what the different permutations are. Some players, they try to put that out of their mind and just focus on the game itself. If Daniel Larson is aware, he may have just caught a glance at that game next to him and saw Kordeka shaking hands, congratulating his opponent. The victory here would put him top of the rankings. We are set for a very interesting conclusion to this Pro Tour today. Larson eyes up tops to regain the lead. 13 dart holder throw for the Swede, the best leg of the match so far. It's halfway to the final. Larson matches Harju's opening visit of 96. First time we've seen Daniel Larson on the stream today. All of his matches up to this point have been on the outside boards and looked pretty good so far. Kicked off his day with a 6-0 whitewash of Norway's Tom Erik Wolf with a 92 average. Then got past Finland's Mika Mustaniemi 6-3 with an 86 average. Best average of the day coming in the last 16, a 98.02. And another 6-0 whitewash of Edwin Torbjörnsson. In the quarterfinals, 92 average to beat Johan Engstrom, his fellow Swede, 6-3 to get into this semi-final. You know, Daniel Larsson, when he gets going, he is one of the biggest scorers on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We saw that in the Jan Hoffman Trophy last year, that 103 average to beat Andreas Harrison in the quarterfinals. That was the 4th highest recorded average on this tour. And Larsson's going to get a look at this 118 to break the high throw. It's going to be one dart at tops. Clap of the hands, not in celebration, but exasperation. That would have given him some daylight again in this semi-final. Harju is going to get a dart at the same target. He goes inside. Larsson with a handful of darts here at tops. Now double 10. Just takes a step back here, that first dart. Will not be happy with where that's landed. Now up to double 5. 3 darts missed for the Swede. Teemu Harju to level up this semi-final again. He's now looking at double 5. And he pins at double 5. Daniel Larsson had 4 darts there to open up that 2-leg lead once again. Didn't take his chances. Teemu Harju is clinging on to the number 2 seed's coattails in this semi-final. A reminder that victory in this match for Daniel Larsson, who is currently 2nd on the Nordic and Baltic rankings, it would put him above the number 1 core decker by €100. He would go to the top of the rankings. It would be the first time that core decker has been knocked off the top spot this season. He has been the long-standing number 1. The top 2 players will qualify for Ali Pali after Pro Tour 12. Larsson, with his 2 closest rivals all out of the running today, you'll sense this is a massive opportunity to really take a big stride towards qualifying for the World Championship. And it's another troubleless visit there for Larsson. Harju, steady 60 will leave the 170, but he'll be hoping for more. He'll take that. Ton 40 gets him down to a 2-figure finish. Larsson, the last minute or so, this match has swung in Harju's favour. Looking like going a breakdown. He could be going a break up here and going in front for the first time. That's an excellent finish from Teemu Harju. 15 dart breaker throw. For the first time, Teemu Harju takes the lead in this semi-final. It's potentially 2 holes to throw away from a final. That first final since the last Pro Tour of last season and the Nordic and Baltic Championship. We've not seen Teemu Harju go on a run like this since then. Larsson kicks off the leg against throw with a 180. He needs to find a purple patch now. He is going to get through to the final, a 3rd consecutive final on the Pro Tour. Runner-up in Pro Tour 7 winner of Pro Tour 8 a few months ago. His back is against the wall here. The other semi-final waiting in the wings. It will be Victor Tingstrom against Benjamin Drew Royce. Tingstrom still searching for that first title. Benjamin Drew Royce back on the tour for the first time in a year. Former tour card holder. Did he mark his return with a title today? Run so far has put him up to number 31 on the rankings, but he'll need to win the title if he is going to jump into the top 24 today. The final would put him €100 outside the spots and one spot outside of it as well. Hayu here looking at 54. 3 consecutive legs and for a 5-3 lead. And again, it's clinical from the fin. From 3-2 down. He's rattled off 3 straight legs. He's now just 1 leg away from a place in the final. Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed. He's got to hold, break and hold if he is going to get over the line here. After seeing his 2 biggest rivals at the top of the rankings, Kordecker, the number 1, Yanni Abisto, the number 3, both go out in the quarterfinals. This was a big opportunity to not just go further clear in the top 2, but also get to number 1. Teemu Hayu can send to the finish line here. 140 followed by 121. He's got a slight advantage after 6 darts. And Daniel Larsson just about sneaks a treble with the last dart. Back comes Teemu Hayu again. Wriggles 2 darts past that first one into the treble. He's down to a ton after 9 darts. All Larsson can do is leave himself a finish, but Teemu Hayu is going to get the first look at one at this ton. And Teemu Hayu has pulled it out of the bag there from 3-2 down. He survived darts to go 4-2 down. And he's won 4 straight legs. The reigning PDC Nordic and Baltic champion was into his first semi-final of the season today. He's now into his first final of the season today. He's beaten the number 2 seed, Daniel Larsson. He's into the final. Coming up next, we are going to see that second semi-final, which is now currently underway on the outside boards. You can follow that. Victor Tingstrom has just taken the opener against Benjamin Drew Royce. And the winner of that will play Teemu Hayu in the final. That final will be coming up. You've got a little bit of a break now from live action on the live stream. You can follow that second semi-final on the outside boards on Dartsconnect. But we do know it will be Teemu Hayu in that final. He's beaten Daniel Larsson 6-3. We'll see you back for the final very soon. Good afternoon from Oslo. Final time here. Pro Tour 9 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We are guaranteed a new winner for 2026. We've got two former champions going up against each other in the final. Teemu Harju, who won 2 titles in 2025, going up against Benjamin Drew Royce, whose sole title on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour was back in 2023. So one of these two players is going to pick up another title today and end a little bit of a wait to taste silverware again. I'm Alex Moss and delighted to be in your company once again for the final of today's Pro Tour. As with all the matches, right from the first round through to the final, it is a race to 6 legs, the best of 11 legs to determine today's champion. This has been a very strong start to the final for Benjamin Drew Royce. Back-to-back 140s, followed by a 136 to lead tops after 12 darts on throw. Harju way back in the 200s. Three darts missed for Benjamin Drew Royce to take the opening leg. Shouldn't prove too costly. Harju is going to get a chance here. And a big finish for the opener. Not going to go on this occasion. So Royce had left himself tops after 12 darts. He's now into a 7th visit of the leg. And this time he does get over the line. It's a 20 dart holder throw in the end for the Dane. But they all count the same. That is the first leg of this final. To the former PDC Tour card holder. As you can see from his barnet, he has gone for a little bit of a Peter Wright effort with the different colour hair. Something that, fortunately, I'm not able to do, but every credit to Benjamin, who is back competing in finals again. This is his first appearance back on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour since July last year. So just over a year since we've seen Benjamin competing in these tournaments. In the meantime, it's been the man on your screen right now, Teemu Harju, who has been doing the damage. Picked up his first 2 titles on the tour last year. It was in fact in this very city in Oslo last August, around this time last year, and Teemu won the final Pro Tour event of the season in Oslo to finish second on count back in the rankings for 2025, qualify for the PDC World Darts Championship. And a few months later, before making that debut at Ali Pali, did go on and win the first ever staging of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. It's not been as successful 2026 so far for Teemu. Today is the first time he's made a semi-final on the PDC MB Pro Tour. He's now into his first final of the year. It's a run that has catapulted him up the rankings as that 140 is taken out. Big finish from Teemu Harju. to level up this final. Teemu started off the day 18th in the rankings for this year. This run to the final has put him up to number 11. Were he to pick up another win here, he would go up to number 6. He would be €2,300 off second spot, which is Daniel Larsson. So with 3 tournaments still to go, it's not completely out of the question that he could get into that top 2 again and qualify for Ali Pali via that route, but you'd think he would need to win this title to give himself any chance of doing that. As for Benjamin Drew Royce, I mentioned this is his first appearance of the season. Well, he's made a bit of a dent in getting into that top 24, getting into the Nordic and Baltic Championship. He is 25th on the rankings now, just €100 off that top 24. And a title here would put him up to number 18. So it would put him in the spots with 3 events to go. Plenty to play for both of these players. This looks to be a comfortable holder throw for Benjamin Drew Royce. We said that in the first leg. Messed around on the doubles, but there's no messing around this time from Benjamin. Holds throw in 14 darts. 3 legs played, 3 holds a throw. Our last match on the live stream, we did see Teemu come back from 3-2 down to beat Daniel Larsson. He won 4 straight legs to win 6-3. Well, the other semi-final, which you may have been following on our coverage, we did put the Dartsconnect scoreboard on there for you. Victor Tingstrom raced into a 4-0 lead, but Royce came back with 6 consecutive legs to win it 6-4, book his spot in a first final in 3 years. Victor Tingstrom still looking for that first final on this tour. That is a 4th semi-final for him now. 3rd of the year. Keeps knocking on the door. A reminder that following this final, there will be some more coverage on the PDC Nordic and Baltic YouTube channel. We have got the final Euro Tour qualifier of the season for the Dutch Darts Championship. You can follow all the matches on Dartsconnect, and if you want to follow some of the live action on the stream as well. Yeah, I've got 33 players at the last check that are lined up to play in that tournament, including Teemu Harju. He will be there. Yesterday, if you missed any of our action yesterday, we did have a couple of Euro Tour qualifiers for ET 13 and 14. Michael Hansen securing himself a debut on the Euro Tour, and Yanni Avisto, his 2nd appearance of the season. Royce not going to threaten the 119 on this occasion, and he's not put much of a dent in it. So Harju on throw here. 419s will leave the ball. Doesn't come close to it. So Royce here. Looking at double 7. And that is 2 darts missed for the first breaker throw in this final. Are you now going to get 1 dart to level things up again? Goes outside, you see the shake of the head. Disappointment. Can Royce find a way through? It's an awkward first dart. 3 more darts missed for the Dane. That would have been the first big moment of this final in terms of breaks a throw. Hayu somehow holds his throw, a 9 visit leg. Don't expect to see many of them in this final. Hayu takes it. There was the quality of the 140 in the second leg. That leg, won't want to remember too fondly. But we are level after 4 legs. 4 holds a throw in this final. I mentioned to our colleagues on the Nordic and Baltic tour yesterday when the entries were coming in and we were close to knowing the full lineup for this weekend in Oslo, I did see Benjamin Drew Royce's name on the list and was pleased to see him back after a little while away. He did have a PDC tour card for the last couple of years, lost that at the end of last season. So far today he's impressed at times. We did see his first game back in that last 64, the 6-0 whitewash of Andreas Orgordhus. He then beat Yanni Lohila 6-2. Jakob Skovgaard 6-5 in a real close game in the last 16, and he's then beaten 2 current PDC tour card holders, Oskar Lukasiak 6-3 and Victor Tingstrom 6-4 in the semi-finals. Tops for a 1-1-4. Goes high, but he will come back with 3 more darts at it. Termo halves his score. Royce can't find the tops. So Hayu has got a chance to get a breaker throw here. That is a loose first dart. He'll be disappointed with that. Even a bounce out would have made the shot still on after the first dart, but that single one really did end any hope of checking out. But Royce again missing on the outer ring. Hayu has picked his pocket once again. 27 dart break followed by, 27 dart hold followed by a 19 dart break. Benjamin Drew Royce missing 7 darts to hold his throw there. Got to say, I have been impressed with Termo Hayu today. We did see his first game of the day on the live stream a few hours ago when he beat Remy Raw 6-0. Then picked up another whitewash against Roy Arnie Moen. The whitewashes continued. 6-0 against Jonas Sorensen, who we've seen win a title this year. He then lost a couple of legs, surprisingly, in a 6-2 win against Jonas Gravesen. Then he returned to form 6-0 against Yanni Avisto, the current number 3. And then he's just beaten the number 2, Daniel Larsson, 6-3 in our last game. So it's been a very impressive run so far for Termo Hayu. I don't know whether they're just questioning one of the scores there. A good start to the leg for Royce here. A couple of 1 treble visits has put him in contention to get that break back straight away. Good visit there from Hayu, down to a finish. Is he going to get the first bit of real daylight in this final? If he can hold here, he'll be 2 up, 2 away from taking the title. Not the best setup shot. Royce would love a 180 here. And that is exactly what he gets at just the right time to leave tops. Right back in the leg, Hayu. He's got options here. He's looking at double-double. First one doesn't find the intended target. And Benjamin Drew Royce, he's got his radar back on the doubles, finds tops with the first dart. And we have ourselves a level game after 6 legs. You've got to say, that is impressive resolve from the Dane, who in the last leg missed 7 darts at a double, saw his throw get broken. He's come back, hit that maximum, hit tops first dart. He's got the slight advantage again in this final with the throw. I mentioned we've got the last Euro Tour qualifier coming up later today. That will start at 7 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock if you're in the UK. Then the action concludes here in Oslo with Pro Tour 10 tomorrow. That gets underway same time as today, 11 o'clock local time, 10 o'clock if you're in the UK. This is the first weekend of the Nordic and Baltic Tour for 12 weeks. We've not got as long to wait for the next one. The season finale in terms of Pro Tour events will be the final weekend of September in Tallinn, Estonia, hosting some events. Pro Tours 11 and 12, the last 2 events of the season. Then all eyes will be on the Nordic and Baltic Championship in Denmark. More details on that to come very soon in the next week or so. So make sure you're following PDC Nordic and Baltic socials to find out all the details for that. Teemu Hayu is the reigning champion for that tournament. Benjamin Drew Royce didn't make the first staging of it last year, but this run today has put him right in the mix to get there this year. So Hayu leaves tops. Royce wants double 10 to go back in front, and he does just that. Advantage to the Dane after 7 legs. It's only by the odd leg, but we are on throw again. Not quite been the high standard that we've seen from these 2 players earlier today. It has been a long morning and afternoon of darts. A good field of players here today. 80 players were on the start line this morning. And that quarter-final lineup that we had today, arguably one of the best that we've seen on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. You had a bunch of current tour card holders in Oscar Lukasiak, Victor Tingstrom, Cord Decker, players that have held tour cards before, the likes of Benjamin Drew Royce, Yanni Avisto, Daniel Larsson, who's played in the World Championship a few times, and last year's number 2, Teemu Hayu, and Johan Engstrom, who has been a multiple-time title winner on this tour. Royce finds another maximum. He seems to be hitting them at some really important times. That one in the 6th leg against the throw left himself tops. This one has just kept him interested in this leg, although that visit will not please him too much. Ayu leaves himself single to double. Royce walking on that last dart. I think he feels this leg might be done and dusted for him. It's Ayu. Looks at tops to level again. Two darts missed. Royce with a chance to go one away from the title. Now double 10. Two darts inside, and you see the reaction there. He's a man that doesn't give too much away, Benjamin Drew Royce, but when that first dart found the treble 17, his eyes would have lit up with two darts to break the throw. Ayu finds that double 10 with the last dart. It's now just a best of 3 to determine today's Pro Tour champion. Royce kicks off the leg with a 140. Ayu returns the favour. Teemu Ayu looking to win his third Pro Tour title and his first of the season. Won 2 last year. Won the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Is he making his move now? A maximum to follow that 140. Excellent leg of scoring from both players as Royce finds a 180 of his own. He leaves 56 after 9 darts. An excellent leg. Saw in the last match, Ayu found that big leg just when he needed it to beat Yanni Abisto, and Drew Royce has taken out the 56. 12 dart holder throw. The only way you can beat that if you're throwing second is a 9 darter. So Royce is on the cusp. He's one away from the title. His second of his career and a first since 2023. Hasn't played on this tour since July of last year. First event back. What a statement this would be to win the title. It looks like we are going to that final leg here. Ayu's kicked off with two treble visits. He does leave a finish after 9 darts. Whatever Royce hits here, he will not be in finishing range just yet. I think he'll be bracing himself for that last leg decider. He's already played in one today against Jakob Skovgaard. Came through that. No one has really got close to Teemu Ayu today. This is the closest anyone's got to him. He's now throwing to take us all the way to that final leg. 1 dart at tops for 5 all. Goes high. Title winning checkout for Benjamin Drew Royce. Not going to go. But he does leave himself very handy if Ayu does not clean up this tops. One dart left at double 5. Clap of the hands there from Teemu Ayu. Was there a distraction or was that just at himself? I don't know, but Benjamin Drew Royce is eyeing up tops to win the title. Benjamin Drew Royce is back in the winner's circle on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. His only title before this was back in 2023. He's had 2 years on the PDC Tour, and in his first event since July last year, a year layoff from the Tour, he's back, and he's back winning titles. He has beaten Teemu Harju by 6 legs to 4. He's into the spots for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, and he is back as one of the main contenders, you'd say, on this tour. Thank you very much for joining us on the Pro Tour action today. A reminder, the Euro Tour qualifiers get underway at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock UK time. But the Pro Tour action will resume tomorrow with Pro Tour 10 in Oslo, 11 o'clock local time, 10 o'clock in the UK. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the Euro Tour qualifiers, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for Pro Tour 10.